I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Say, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me some more. I could dance with you beneath the stars, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said it's Cincinnati, baby, it's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're invincible. desire, hold your gun, caught the wire. Aim for desire, hold your gun, caught the wire. Aim for desire, hold your gun, caught the wire. Aim for desire.
Do what it takes to make you believe. With my heart like the drive, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto. It's Tuesdat. Coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK. I might well have cracked the scouting code, and by that I mean I looked through some youth teams for the international squads and found like 35 more banging players that we could maybe pick up today. In other news, we only have 9 games left of the league season. Can we get another title over the line? Is next gen Christmas? All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK, and we're dancing. Oh, they're all in Belgium. I wish. Actually, none of them are. Oh, lovely news. Mark, thank you for the 10 months. And Rayton Jr., thank you for the 18.
Two Twitch babies, sick Matt Jam, happy Tuesday, sick post champ.
That's twins. That's twins. The Freddie Mercury looking like. Funny I could sing like Big Fred. That's my question. Not the question. It's not a question, it's a statement. Let me turn that down a little bit. Oh, bugger me. How dare you? Although the outfit would suggest that maybe you're not wrong, Williams. Oh, dear. They didn't pick me for Top Gun 3. Apparently, I just don't look as good as Miles Teller with my shirt off. Useless. Also somewhat true. Dr. Utker. Hey, he makes... Actually, he doesn't make good pieces at all. What am I chatting? Oh. Yeah, I feel like I need a little microphone held right up to my chin. Oh. No, Miles Teller's a hottie. You can't be dissing Miles Teller. DJ Evil Midnight, thank you very much for the 12 months. It would appear... Ah, you see, you broke Russell. Russell doesn't like swear words, DJ. I've tried to stop him. I've actually tried turning off profanity filters. It just doesn't seem to work sometimes. Top Gun Maverick, but Miles Teller couldn't do it. That's true. I could fly a plane. I bet you can't fly a real plane, chat. I can't fly a real plane either, to be fair. So, like, but at the best, we're kind of even. If anything, out of the two, he can't fly a real plane. I can play FM. So, 1-0, Miles. Suck it. I'm just saying. Bottom gun 1. It's a very different film. I don't know. I bet he can't build a nation. I bet he can blow it up with like a Tomahawk missile, but I bet he can't build it. Best dress. I like this jacket, frankly. Pog bought it for me for Christmas, so by insulting my jacket, you're actually insulting Pog. That was the human shield approach to rejecting criticism there. Probably just from Primark, I think. No, maybe not. I don't know. I actually don't know where it's from. Fine by me. I love how angry. Fine by me. I love this book. Oh, he was in Whiplash, wasn't he? Yeah. I always remember the bald guy more than him. They do whack human beings. They really, really do. The Lamb, thank you so much for 2 months, my friend. That's super nice. I hope you're having a lovely Tuesday morning. Mustache's beach volleyball, and the scene was so good as well. It went on for such a long time, and I was so happy. That Top Gun Maverick was unironically a great film. I loved that film so much. The Yan! Holy shit. How's it going, mate? 29 months.
Hello, Matto.
Russell's
it's
on
been
you.
a while. Wanted to jump in, say hi. I'm part of the VOD squad and am halfway through. Nice to see you going strong and content being fired. Marvin Suarez says hi. I'll see you soon when I get caught up. Wanted to see what Verb turns out to be.
I think he might end up being a butcher at this rate, Jan. He's really not getting there currently. Maybe this time for him yet. Maybe he'll end up I think he'll be a really good player, probably just not quite for us. He's most likely going to end up at a lower Hungarian side, probably one of the other sides in the top flight when he actually develops as a player. The problem with the early part of the save is, of course, we had so many good youth intakes, but now that we've started signing really good players, they're sort of put into perspective a little bit more. And as a result, those players maybe don't look quite as good overall. They'll still find amazing careers in Hungary, but maybe just not quite. Yeah, when you've got Effie and Brahim Diaz, it becomes a little bit... I mean, he ain't going to be dissuading Labassi and Gom or Brahim Diaz from our squad, is he? Let's be clear. He has... Oh, he's got full-on Vassas captain. Of course, in order to sign for Vassas, he will have to get out of the way of, well, Adam Armstrong and Ramiro Funes Mori. And, of course, potentially Hakim Ziyech, who I'm really looking forward to playing against in the top flight of Hungary next season, unless they sell him immediately. Oh, dear. So how are you all? Verub & Sons fine meats. Oh, the finest. What's like a popular meat dish from Hungary? Dressage guy, I'm looking at you here specifically. You are the biggest meat dish in Hungary. That's supposed to be a compliment, but it just sounds like I'm calling you that. Me? Oh, I'm not in Hungary yet. Me on a plate. I'm a dish. Oh, goulash. Of course it's goulash. Yeah. What we're talking about. Bacon sandwich. I suppose. They're probably good most places, right? Apart from like, well, actually, no, that's not true at all.
Another month.
It's not halal, is
another sub-message, I guess.
Yes.
Russell, or whatever the TTS calls itself. Fill in the rest of this message, please. Smile.
Russell, take it away, buddy. We'll just assume that the next resub message is what Russell said. So it's fine. Hibbos, thank you for the 25 months. Chicken paprikash. I assume that's chicken with paprika in it. I'm just guessing. Pog and I made this spicy chicken rub yesterday. Don't think I actually had paprika. Oh, no, it did have paprika in it. What am I talking about? No, did it? I think it did have paprika in it. Usually you want to have paprika in it, right? At some point. Bit of paprika, some thyme, cayenne pepper, bit of salt. What else was in there? There was all kinds of fun stuff. It was delicious. See you, Jan. Thank you, friend. Lovely to see you. Yeah, he did. Basically, until such time as we got a better player. That's how it always is with us. We're like Andy from Toy Story. I don't want to play with you anymore. That's basically us every single season. Paprika over diced potato. Oh yeah. I did some spicy wedges as well yesterday, and I always make them a little bit too spicy for Pog, so I toned it down a little bit. But the ones you buy like spicy wedges, and they're just not spicy, so I just make my own on top of them. It's just like I buy the standard wedges because I'm lazy, but then I just make them my own after that. It's lovely. And then I can eat a lot of them. Yeah, smoked paprika is the king, obviously. Smoked paprika chicken is bloody delicious. There's a restaurant that I used to go to with my family for like birthdays and stuff. They would always do this lovely smoked paprika chicken. It was incredible. Owline or O-line seal, thank you so much for the 2 months.
Have
Welcome
a
back,
good
my friend.
stream. Back to the VOD for me, smile.
I love that. People just coming in, dropping their subs, back to the VODs. I appreciate that. I really, really do. Thank you, friends. Oh, dear. Battle my coaches. I think... Well, bear in mind, we've set our coaches up in a very specific way on this save, whereby we're actually not renewing their contracts. We're just keeping a lot of them on rolling contracts, which means, should we want to go in and randomly replace one of them, we don't have to pay compensation fees, and we can just ditch them immediately. So at some point, maybe actually over the transfer window, that might be worth, or if we get some time at the end of today's stream, potentially, if we finish the league a bit early, we could look at, like, upgrading the coaching staff. Because Emmett and Thais Freeze's contracts are going to be coming up in the next couple of years. I gave them 5-year deals so that we'd have a bit of a head start, so that we'd actually be able to afford their wages when we came around to renew them. But I'm a little bit worried. Cajun is very, very solid as well. Although, I don't run a bit of like tandoori chicken as well. I give Matt spicy. Oh, I bet you would, Millie. You saucy minx. Also, thank you for sending me over that info. I'm going to try and action it as soon as possible. Part of the problem with if I did have ADHD was, but that very thing alone would be stopping me from actioning it. So it's a bit of a. Can we edit their contracts? No, unfortunately not. Because obviously, basically when I built them into the game, I gave them like inordinately long deals anyway to give us a head start because I knew that they were above our station and I was worried that they'd want too much money to extend. So at the moment they're on like, I think they're going through to 2028, but we'll see because I don't want to get them poached. Although I wouldn't mind if Thais Freeze took over another Hungarian side. That would actually be pretty sick. It's unlikely. He's probably more likely to leave the country entirely. Then again, actually he's probably not, is he? Because the leagues aren't switched on. Hero to villain draw. I don't know. I feel like it's been brewing for a while. Rolling contrast means coaches are not that effective as they would be on foot. Really? In that case, what we might do is actually, maybe either today or on Thursday stream, if we get some time, is actually go through and appoint brand new coaching staff then for most positions and just try to fully sort that stuff out, basically. I mean, we might get time for it to do it today, but we've got Next Gen Christmas. I've got to show you my... I spent like an hour and a half doing this yesterday when I was supposed to be working. It was sort of working because I was doing the Belgian League video, which is actually going to come out later in the week now, but it's now all scripted out. But I got distracted by looking through these bloody squads, and mate, I tell you, there's some players, we might be able to punt on a couple of them today. There's one in particular that I think looks absolutely worldy, potentially, and they're all for free, which is just bloody delicious. And thank you very much for the hype train, friends. That's super kind. My throat's gone a bit funny again. Hey, Thomas. Welcome in, friend. That's super cool. It's not a good job in retire. Oh, yeah. you hate it, don't you? But that's the simple fact of the matter. Right, let's go to big screen. That's not what I meant. I meant little screen. Small me, big screen. That's my tagline. So, I'm going to get to showing you guys that list of players in a minute, because I've got a short list for them called specifically Bunch of Amateurs. So basically what I did, training video soon, yes! Oh, I feel like I've been like pressuring him too much to do that, but I actually don't mind our trail. So playoffs went, I think it actually went pretty well. We lost in the final 4-0. Tom absolutely humped us, but it was a bit of a closer game than a 4-0 would suggest. However, basically our goalkeeper played an absolute mare, but he did have a blinder in the previous round. So what about, and are they Wibbly? I forgot about Wibbly. So for those of you that missed it right at the end of Sunday's stream, we found a player called Wibbly. Sorry, not Wibbly, Wiggly. Totally forgot about Wiggly. Had a nice long chat. We really, really did. That's the problem with the fact that you get a bye if you win the group, is that is a lot of time. I think we stalled for like 40 minutes, and that's tough. To just do pure just chatting with no context for 40 minutes. I'm not used to doing that, but I think we did all right. RDF's trying to be better than the current one. I would suggest so, because I believe the current one is a bit too heavy. And I feel like RDF will tweak it way more, because you know what he's like. So he will be noticing this sort of shit, and I trust his opinion way, way more than anyone else's. Potential for high flare on old Wiggly. It's a dream, innit? So he's already shortlisted, so worry not. Oh, Thomas Whitney, thank you so much. Wait, hang on. Was that a 3-month tier 1? Wow, holy crap. Thank you so much, Thomas. That's so kind. That was a 3-month subscription at tier 1. Wow. Sorry, I'm not used to seeing that particular notification, so I was trying to decode it almost. My throat's gone. There we go. That's better. Well, thank you so much. Welcome aboard, my friend. Was this guy a Pokemon? I mean, what's to say he's not a Pokemon still? With that kind of... Oh... Low determination, anything else that makes him... To be fair, he's got low vision, so maybe he just appears wiggly to other people. Apparently, James, it's coming soon, from what I'm told. Apparently, RDF has posited and teased it, so that's kind of sick. I look forward to that and promoting the shit out of his video on it, because when people make good shit like that, they deserve to be promoted a lot, incessantly, by me, in this one scenario. You've off from a whack. So, it's next gen Christmas. Oh, thank you, Thomas. That's so nice. Oh, God, my throat. Apologies, chat. Eventually, it'll just randomly clear. I actually do vocal warm-ups before I start stream, and yet it still seems to happen sometimes. That is also correct, Pastor. Yeah, I'll just ask him every time he rates. Right, okay. So, first things first, it's next gen Christmas the next day, which means, well, Mexico, Monterrey. Fucking hell. So, get your predictions in. What we need is nationality of player, club they play for. I don't think anyone's actually got it right for at least a year. Okay, maybe that'll work. German Schalke, that's a fascinating one. I wonder if it's one of... Do you reckon we'll have any more? Do you reckon we'll get any more? I feel like we're not going to have anyone on it this year. Although, surely someone like Novak or Flavian Moores, maybe? Let's just go. It's on the 31st, so... Oh, my life. Am I just losing my voice? Ah, there it is. Not spoilt or anything. Okay. One more clearing of throat. Okay, I think that's got it. Right, okay, here we go. And... Oh. Oh, okay, hang on a minute. Who had... Where is it? Who had German Schalke? You fucking did it. I know it's a real player, but still. Someone actually got it right with German Schalke. It is. It's Uedrago. Or Uedraogo. Someone had Schalke and German. You actually nailed it. I know he's a real player, but that's still bloody impressive. Oh, well done, my friend. That's incredible. I think the last time someone got it might have even been me with Mexico Deportivo Guadalajara. That's an incredible pick. Do we have anyone on it? We do. It's Effie. We've got Effie on the list. Second nationality. Oh, no doubt. I think he's probably got... Yeah, Burkina Faso. But still. They're watching the VOD. Oh, there's some options in here, though. Nice to see some regens in for once. And Effie getting on the law. So here's the first notable player. It's Juan Rojas of... Obviously, we can't afford these kind of players at the moment, but damn, nice to see a Mexican up on there so quickly. Things you love to see. Stream is pre-recorded. To be fair, if you're watching this in the VOD, it is pre-recorded. And another Mexican straight after. Joel Guzman. Also, note how both these Mexican players are not at, like, the massive name Mexican size. They're not at, like, Deportivo Guadalajara, Club America, or anyone like that. They're at Atletico San Luis and FC Juarez. That's kind of sick. Don't mind a bit of that. There's also a UAE dude here, Habib Ahmed from PSG, although they actually signed him from someone else. 8 million quid. Jesus Christ. That is a lot of money that PSG have just put this guy on. He might be the greatest UAE player of all time, potentially. Maybe. You beat Ferencváros. I don't think I can trust you anymore, Cree. Not with that kind of attitude. I remember Atletico Madrid. Oh, really? So maybe it's just like the new game. He's loan listed. Yeah. 29k a week, though. This was a day of... I'd forget to remove it. That is a hell of an example. That is a hell of... Does Dan have a sub? Oh, he does. I was gonna gift one. Let's see. Mamadou Kamara, Gambian, Real Madrid. Okay. Surprising. Not. Sanchez. Oh, he's only 16. When you see a 16-year-old on next gen, that's usually a sign of, like, good things. And there's also this guy who looks Luca Rangel. Surely a second nationality on him. No? Oh, for some reason, Luca Rangel just didn't sound overly Portuguese. Any other fun ones? There's... Oh, yes. Georgios Andreu. He might actually be signable, potentially. Cypriot for Anorthosis Famagusta. That's more like it. Magnetic, thank you for the follow. Oh, that is delightful. Also, I can't remember who it was, but on last stream, it was someone called Dan. I don't think it was you, Dan. It might have been a different Dan. Was talking about how he thought that recruitment focuses slowed down FM's processing. I'm sure a lot of you remember that. Millie with a gifted sub to Tiger Tails. Thank you, Millie. That's so kind. Big Nutty Dan, I think it was, yeah. And so yesterday, while I was waiting for some stuff, I decided to test it. Right? And he's right. Albeit small sample size, but the correlation is extremely close. I'll show you for what I mean. So this right here is... I timed it from... I started to save for Chelsea, set no recruitment focuses, and I timed how long it took with me holidaying from the date I was on, which I set it up, to the 1st of January. With no recruitment focuses, 17 minutes and 25 seconds. Every recruitment focus I added basically gained, on average, 1% increase in the time it took to process that game, which is not a great deal, but it is still noteworthy that it does clearly, or not clearly, there's enough here that makes me go... There's something to that, probably, and I feel like he wasn't entirely wrong when he said that it did slow things down a little bit. So it seems like the focuses definitely do something in the background that causes the game to slow down, basically. And I suspect that the more... And I did it with a database that had all my leagues loaded, like the way I have it now. So, yeah. I just thought I'd do... This actually took me like 2 hours yesterday, just while I was doing some other stuff, but it's noteworthy that you just want to be careful. Basically, because the more recruitment focuses you have, it does seem to slow your game down in terms of processing, which is interesting. Now, we don't know if it was like that before. The Excel arc. Hey, I like data. You should see my spreadsheet that I did for the contract negotiations video. Worst times, like, I think, well, if you had 100 focuses, it would double the length of, yeah, that was Google Sheets, but come on, I'm not paying for Excel. Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying if you did, it would slow it down. And I think it works as well based on... And remember, that's going to go... The slower the game is to begin with, the more that's going to slow it down. So, hey. What else we got? We've got... Johansson. Elias Johansson. Who is ridiculous. Starbeck have got an absolute gem there. That's some really nice attributes from what we can see anyway. There's Edgar. What a great first name. Vahap Echimej of Bayern Munich. Actually came through at Bayern too. Norwegian can't hit it. Oh, another Turkish dude here. Mehmet Hussein Tucholu. I'm sorry if I butchered your surname there, sir. But good jumping reach. Oh, he's a left. He's a right back, though. Oh, hello. Hang on, Ferencváros. That's worth talking about here. Ismail Ibrahimi of Ferencváros was higher. He's got 3 caps for Iran. What an unbelievable signing. Ferencváros signing players from Iran. Oh, I love it. so bad. I'm not. Oh, it's just all those years of disappointment on the last save with Treaty and seeing all the shit happen where the other clubs just refuse to be good and make the right transfers. And here are Ferencvaros in season 4 out here signing Iranian internationals that are on the next gen list. It's just the dream. It feels like this save is finally working the way it should do. Oh, it does. I'm so much hope for this. I really am. The video, thank you for the 100 bits.
What a beautiful way to avoid work on a Tuesday.
Yes.
And a dad joke for you.
Oh.
A priest, a pastor and a rabbit enter a clinic to donate blood. The nurse asked the rabbit, "What's your blood type?" "I'm probably a typo," said the rabbit.
For some reason, I couldn't work that joke out until I heard it out loud. Genuinely. Oh. I think that the transfer preferences have way too much power. Because the fact that Hungary... And bear in mind, we didn't even change that. That was how it was already... Hungary doesn't have them. It's brilliant. So there's Paritza here. Matteo Paritza. He's also excellent. We've also got Tony McIntosh. He sounds like a substitute teacher. Huge fan of that. Also, just Timbers... 16 finishing, high composure, pacey. This guy is going to be an American international striker. No doubt. He's already capped at under 23. He's like the next bloody Landon Donovan or someone. He's really good. There's also this guy right next to him as well. Fulvio Convento, who was born in Nutley, New Jersey. Bad state. Go to your room. Nice. We've also got another Belgian here who does actually play for a big sensible side. Koen Verheyen as well. Oh, guy from Rijeka. I like this. I'm looking forward to when we'll actually be able to sign guys from this list. As Johnny Aretha. Nice. I'd call him Aretha Franklin. What else we got? Another guy's Canadian, Brad Hallett of Toronto. He's already got a cap for Canada too. You need New Jersey representation. I know, lad. Do you mean you don't remember San Jose earthquake legend Landon Donovan, Millie? Gah! Call yourself a football fan. Morning, Dan. Right, I'm glad you're here. I tested your hypothesis about the recruitment focus is slowing the game down, and you were right. Sorry, chat, to bring this back up again, but Dan's here now, so I feel like we had to... I have to prove my point. You were dead right. Didn't maybe slow it down as much as you thought it did, but I did the tests, and it does appear that the more recruitment focuses you have, the more it does slow your game down when it comes to processing. And this is over a very small sample size, so yes. You were indeed right. What else we got? We've got Effie as a Danish chap here that plays for Juventus on low... Oh, no, wait. Oh, he started off at Brumber. That's it. We'll take that. French guy at Montpellier. We'll get to that in a second. Oh, this guy, Brun. Oh, I don't know. You're throwing a Jean-Baptiste. Oh, he's a real dude. Oh, it's Schwartau. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. His face doesn't look entirely opposed to being like a Z-Gen face slightly. Forward to the devs. I don't know, because I suspect that they'll just kind of be like, well, you know. I might actually talk to one of the devs. I have... that might be something I'll actually forward to them. It might be quicker than you putting it on the forum. Because that feel like I've got data. So, there's also Brun. So this is Jean-Baptiste Brun. I don't think he... No, he's just full on French. I mean, the man was born in Aulnay-le-Château. Man has literally escaped to the chateau, and he's called Jean-Baptiste. You can't really be any more French than that, other than our guy. What a great name this is. Tomasz Kalabishka of Slobodan Liberec. They're always great. A Paraguayan. Ooh. Certainly does... It does sound a bit Norwegian, but I guess that's just the... that's just brown in French, isn't it? Oh, look at this guy. He's from Suriname. Okay, we'll come back to you in a minute. There's also Andy Munoz that plays for Zrizny Mostar. Online from Lorient, admittedly. But look at this guy. Evani Housewood. Housewood? Is it Housewood? I can never remember how to... I know that the Dutch ones, those vowels always create strange... But, yeah. 12 caps for Suriname already. Playing for Philadelphia Union. It's just cool to see a Surinamese player on the next gen list. And then right next to him was a Honduras. 23 caps for Honduras. And he's 18 years old. That's insane. He's only got 65 senior appearances, which is still a lot for 18. But the fact that he's got 23 caps already. And there's this chap here, the Paraguayan. Juan Barreto. Wow. God damn. we're just so close to be able to actually scout these guys, but obviously we can't do any at the moment. Like, it literally won't let me. Out of stock. Oh, shit, that's my bad. It's because... No, that's my bad. Let me fix that. That's because during stream on Sunday, I paused all the database lookups and stuff so that it wouldn't interfere with the stuff, because I wouldn't be able to do any lookups anyway. Let me just turn that stuff back on again. You might have to refresh stream, but I don't think you will. There we go. That should now work. That's my bad. That's kind of incredible. He's kind of good too. It's lovely to see Effie on here at number 32, and I'm not surprised. Like, he's actually legitimately ridiculous, isn't he? It's just, he's still only 18. Man's got a bloody transfer budget. My transfer budget is like 20 grand, but also we have a negative 600k scouting budget, so I can't even scout anybody. We have to wait till the summer to do a single piece of scouting. It's kind of dumb, but that's my fault. At one point, he actually went to 5-star gully. So there's Abdel Hamid Ateya as well, an Egyptian at New England Revolution. Well, sort of. No, he actually, yeah. He's on loan at their academy side from them. I guess that must be how it works in MLS. We've also got right next to him as well, Hatim El Ahmed, who's on £17,000. Wow. That's the problem I've always had with signing players from these leagues. They're just so expensive because their wages are so high to begin with. We've got right next to him as well, David... What a surname. Gminer. Wow, look at the throwing. And he's actually really good. Who's he wanted by? Yes, that does not surprise me in any way. And right next to him, you'll love to see it, Williut Kakiev. A Thai guy. 7 grand a week at Buriram United at 18 years old. How's it pronounced, Taco Man? Or how does he pronounce it? 7k a week. Wait, who's he wanted by? Probably the same teams, right? Porto. It's always Porto. There's also... There you go. Hiroshi Shimamura as well. Oh, it's like for Commodore. Aha! I knew it. And then there's a South African too. Oh my god. Mlungisi... Or Mungli... Hang on. Mlungishi Doob. Got a Doob. Dion Dublin is going to be well pissed. And then right at the bottom here as well, Hossam Radar. Loads of cool nationalities. That might be one of the most awesome, spread out, cool nationality set of, might be worth a pun. Youth contract, though, means that if I try to sign him, I mean, we could ask his agent, but... Yeah, continue his development. Also, look, we still have to pay like £1 million. It's been going good, Gova. It's been going very good. Particularly as now... So, I mentioned at the start, and also in the Go Live notification, that yesterday, while I was doing some work for the Belgian video, I went through and I looked at every single youth national team for every single nation to see if I could find any more non-contract or amateur players that would be willing to sign for us potentially. And obviously, there's loads of them in like Africa because a lot of the African national teams are still all on non-contracts because of the clubs they play for. So I had to look through a lot of the players and singled out any ones that looked kind of good. And I ended up making a short list of them, of 33 players. Let me find it. This is the shortlist. So I've got it filtered by transfer unsure. That's all 33 of them, which means that we're pretty much able to sign all 33 of these players should we want to. Now, obviously, it's not actually technically on a set day now, Diamond, although our last 2 youth intakes have both been on March 9th. But that it varies by country, varies by club, so that you can't really predict it exactly, which I like, because otherwise you could just save scum them, right? Hey, TSRT. So this is the list I came up with in the end. Hey, Magnetic. Oh, just want to save. So the second channel does... So, hang on. The second channel has the VODs for this save in their entirety once... the day after the stream is. The recaps that I've been doing for... The weekly recaps... The recaps for each season, those are still going on the main channel, and I have been doing them every season so far, up to this point. There'll be another one out on Thursday for the next season. So there's some proper good shit in here. So... You'll notice as well from the nationalities of some of these players that there's some French lads and Spanish lads in here. So it turns out you can even get these players in France and Spain. They're rarer, but there's certain nations I've noticed that you just cannot seem to find them. So Sweden, no chance. Denmark, very rarely. Serbia, Slovenia, Slovakia, almost non-existent. I think it's just because of the way that their youth team contracts work, that they're almost always on... And Hungary as well. weirdly. They almost always have contracts and enough players to fill the squads out. So it seems that there's certain nations that are way more likely to call the... Yeah, so the season recaps are not called season recaps. They've got like their own titles, but the thumbnails are the same. So they've got the MTK logo and it's blue and yeah. It's because YouTube doesn't like series, basically. So I have to do slightly more one-off type videos, even if the recaps. I know it's a bit... They're all on the same playlist. I realise that can be slightly confusing, but it would have got a third of the views otherwise. USA and Canada non-contracts galore. You'd be amazed how few there actually were when I looked in their squads, Win. Like, genuinely. I think there was one guy across all their youth teams that was non-contract. It was kind of mad. But, that's not to say there isn't, like, non-contract players in the squads of the clubs, but I just, you know, I have to draw the line somewhere, because these guys are the cream of the crop, so to speak. So, yes, this is what I came up with. There's 33 players here, and there's even a Kyrgyzstani guy in here, to give you an idea of the sort of depths I went to try and find these players. There's some fun players in here. One in particular, a Magnetic. Thank you so much for the Prime. That's so kind. I'm going to do that lookup first, actually. Before we get deep diving into these, I want to make sure I've got this covered, otherwise I will forget. Is that right? No, that's not right. A boa. There we go. Got there in the end. How long does this take? Too long. About an hour and a half. So basically, I was in the middle of writing the script for the Belgian video. I'd got most of it done, but I just kind of got curious. And then I just popped a podcast and sat there for an hour looking through all the squads. Because I wanted to see if there was anything fancy in there. Now, a lot of them we're not going to be able to actually do much with at the moment because we don't know enough about them and we can't afford to scout them yet. So they're more going to have to wait for the summer. But some of them in there, I think are worth a punt, personally. End of season. Yeah, it will be. We've still got 9 games left in the league, bear in mind. But we will be wrapping up the season today. Hopefully trying to win the damn title. But it's actually still not really guaranteed yet because we are only 3 points clear. And you know what Ferencváros are like, especially now they're out of Europe. He is on a Bosman, but he's worse than most of our strikers. Like, in all honesty, he's worse than, I would say, 3 or 4 of our strikers. Hey, Rob. Bumps. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I tend to, like, go all extra raspy just for you, Rob. Do a little kissy face. So, yeah, that's, Justin. There we go. Can we trial them? We could trial the guy. Oh, you mean the players in the list? Most likely, no. I'm going to try it anyway. Because why not, right? There's really no harm. Actually, I'll do that and then I'll just deselect those 3. There's no harm in trying to trial them, but my guess would be absolutely not. Their clubs will almost certainly just say no. But you never know. One might say yes, and it's worth that alone, right? So I'll trial the trials, just in case. But we'll have a look through them anyway. Do you have the real Pepe? I don't have the real Pepe anymore, no. We did, but we sold him. So we brought him in. We brought Nicola Pepe in on a free and then sold him to Kazakhstan after 6 months for £400,000. He wasn't even good enough to play for us at the time. Neymar, goddamn. Hey, Ma! That's just a guy waving to his mother out the window. Right, let's try that again. Nah, he's still at PSG. In fact, he's only got 1 more year. Only on 800 grand. Although he is listed for transfer by request for 22 million. Anyone fancy £22 million Neymar? Like, he's still got a yard of pace in him. Not for much longer, maybe, but those technicals are absolutely elite. Worth a punt? Yeah. We'll just grab 23. We can find that down the side of the sofa, right? Yes, Richard, I'm going to get to that in a sec. What's that, Scott?
So I tell the swamp donkey to suck it before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's entrance and have a lick me yarbles.
Gambold. I don't believe he is, no. Oddly. He seems to be... maybe retired? Ah. Well. Alright then, Gareth. Wow, he's bad. He's so bad. Oliver Roman, thank you very much for the follow. Unemployed loan manager who's... he has... I mean... he's just dreadful. Unrealistically high. Yeah, where's the golf? What's his handicap in here? Like, I like to be giddy, Scott. That'll end up in the VOD. He's scouting golf. True. He's going to find the next Tiger Woods. Hey, Vanessa. Worse, no. I mean, he really is, isn't he? Yeah. Golf handicap also 1. Probably, yeah. His handicap is being a loan manager. To be fair, there are more useless roles in FM than loan manager, but it's certainly up there. Remain Mundle. I recognise that name. I feel like I've scouted him before on a... Yeah, I think I've definitely scouted him on a previous save. Tends not to shank the ball into the trees. Or I don't know. Pie or sausage roll? You know the answer to that, Thomas. Come on. What kind of stream do you think this is? It's obviously sausage roll. Actually, what kind of pie? That's the big question. And what? Atong bike. Hang on. Oton. Otongan Bayo. I don't think so. And where's the sausage roll from? To be fair, even though like an average sausage roll for me is like kind of peak, so it'd have to be real bad. Like it'd have to be like full of excrement to like negatively affect the sausage roll at this point, right? Keeps trying to loan players to the US Open. Oh, I mean, I don't blame him, right? I think if it's been, I think I'd definitely go for the sausage roll at that point. I do love a sausage roll. Right, I just want to get you back to this because this is what I need your help with. So, actually, I'm going to see who accepts or turns down the bid first. Then we'll go through. Reject. Imagine if oh, there's one. So that looks like, I think that's the, oh, there's a couple of them have said yes. Oh, okay. So, great shout. Most of them still said no, but the fact that even a couple of them said yes saves us some scouting. So we're going to get Joey Dunn, who's from CU Academy. So that should tell you everything. We've got Johnny Politaev. We've got Kutman Emerzhikov, who is the Kyrgyzstani guy. And then there's Christian Borko, who I'm excited to see what he's like. Do your lookup. I think I've done all the lookups, so I'm guessing so. What was the lookup? Oh, why can't I see them? Yes, I did. He wasn't that good, unfortunately. He was, yeah. He was worse than all of our other strikers. Right, so let's get those guys in. Let's just have a quick gander at these guys, and then I'll show you back. I'll take you back to the list again, because most of the good ones didn't actually come. Okay, so this is Joey Dunn. Yeah, he's not spectacular, but you can see why I was kind of like, okay, he's got high enough tackling. He looks like he had some okay physicals. Probably doesn't have the ceiling. Nah, I mean, he's developed a little bit. He's probably going to be released by Manchester City anyway. He looks okay. Politaev. Oh. Yeah, he's... again, you can see why, given that I can see his heading, marking, tackling being so high, wasn't... Oh, it was worth a punt to see if he was any good or not. I'm glad we didn't try and sign him, though, or anything like that. We've also got Emerzhikov. Here's the Kyrgyzstan guy. Again, because I could see these attributes with him. The basic stuff looked okay. Maybe he'll turn out to be better. What about Borko? Okay, that's a bit better. He's still not amazing, but he's a little bit better than the others. Most of the best ones probably aren't going to be on these trials for us, let's be honest. But those guys are certainly not looking brilliant. Any contracts up at the end of the season? And Wusu. Honestly, I think we'd struggle to sell him, and it might just be better to release him and get rid of the $4,000 a week that he's on. To be fair. Most of these guys are not on huge amounts of money. And those that are, have already basically said they want to leave, I believe. So that's going to save us a lot of cash in the summer. Be a shame to lose Bosancic as well. And Vital, but he's not really played that much this season. How is Gunnarsson developing? I don't think he's developing that well, but he has still maintained a decent... He might be in the under-19s again now, actually. Or is he back out on loan? Oh, there he is, Andre Gunnarsson. I mean, we're seeing green arrows, which is the main thing. Has he been replaced? Yes, he's been replaced on account of being utterly dreadful. Like, his performances in matches have been, like, embarrassing. To the point where he has a 50% save ratio. They had to make a new quadrant in the data analyst panel just to show Nathaniel Nwusu's statistics. Ever check Montenegro's top class for good youth? No, because that's not how I do scouting. I never scout specific clubs because you're just going to miss... It just takes too long. And you have to find a way to triage, like... Well, you don't have to. You can do what you like. But the reason I don't do that is because you could just sit there all day looking at certain teams, but then you miss all the ones you don't look at. Whereas, like, if I do it like this, I tend to hit most places. And if there's a good Montenegrin player, they'll probably end up in the Montenegrin youth national teams anyway. The Jake Cake story is still about. He's still actually doing really well on the second team as it goes. So, to clarify what I meant by that thing about Nwusu's statistics, this is the advanced goalkeeping stats. Here's everyone else. Here's Nathaniel Nmusu. That's how bad he was, to the point where we were like, right, okay. Bear in mind, this is our new goalkeeper. Now, he's still underperforming his expected save percentage, but he's at least in the proper quartile. He's in the proper quartile here. So, no saves you, literally. So, even though we could extend his contract by 3 years and try and sell him, I don't think anyone would want him. And with that in mind, I'm actually going to release a player. I'm going to release a player that we can extend his contract for free for 3 years. Oh, the poor lad. The problem was he got a really bad roll and he got an awful injury that kind of ruined him. Staff set to expire. I think that's most of them, isn't it? Unless any of them are... Yeah, we'll sort that out later. Oh, God. Double, no, triple. 3 injuries in a row. Oh, God, one of them is a goalkeeper. Nathaniel Nmusu might have to play. No, what have I done? What have I done? Have you noticed how I haven't made that video about him that I was going to make? The thumbnail's done and everything, but I can't bring myself to make it because I'm like, people won't trust me anymore. Oh, God. Right, now we've got the next day. FA show and please in progress. Good news. Right, back to that list. Okay, because there's some guys on here that I think are actionable right now. Personally.
Oh, this is where I park my car.
I'll need some of your opinions on some of these guys. This guy, maybe not for the moment. Maybe we wait till the summer and get a proper... like actual report on him potentially, but there's some other guys that are much better. Tamini Ball, thank you very much for the follow. You could do a video why you shouldn't trust Wonderkid videos. True. Or a video about why you shouldn't listen to me. But you don't need a video for that, right? Cheap A+, dude. When you say cheap, unless he's free, we can't afford him. He's 130k. So, he's a really good striker. He plays for Dakrasukrikur, but we can't afford him. But he's a good player. And he'd probably be affordable too. So in terms of like his wages, but yeah. Unless they're free, we can't afford him. Could easily go back in for him in the summer. I think I've got him shortlisted, right? Yeah. Yeah, I've got him shortlisted, so that'll be fine. We won't lose track of him at least. So, oh no, I know that Nwusu's good. It's just that my role of him was just awful. Because we got one with really bad personality, really low determination, and he was injury prone, and then he got a serious injury as well. And you know how serious injuries can affect players' development early on. Oh, this is promising. The problem is, as far as I know, media description requires a certain level of scouting to know that anyway, and as a result, you're going to miss all the ones you don't. Trialing youth intakes from other clubs on the save. Hang on. Trialing youth intakes? No, I've never done that. As far I don't think I've ever done that. But I mean, hey, I'm not saying it's a bad method. I don't think I've ever done that. Potentially, we've just tried to trial some people, admittedly, but I don't think I've ever done that. So this is another guy, Leander Thiel. Again, not much knowledge on him, but what I do see, I kind of like. So maybe in the summer we can go back in for him as well with that tackling and marking. He might be one of those guys that's not a very good fullback though, potentially. Whoops! It's the sound of a prime sub. Thank you, friend. That's very kind. Welcome aboard. A red rose for a club. I'm looking forward to seeing Kareem now. Oh, yeah. It's like the badge isn't even in the game. Got the temp pulse. The problem is, he does have the temp pulse, but you often get the temp pulse first. So the other stuff could be absolutely vapid, you know. Vladimir Gashi. Okay, so now we're talking. Potentially. This is a little bit more like it. We know a lot more about Vladimir Gashi. He plays for Železničar, but he's on an amateur contract. He's got 4 caps for the Bosnia and Herzegovina under-21 squad. 17 to 20 passing. Some good balance, good natural fitness. Aggression's very high. Is he worth us punting right now? Bear in mind, we've got 5k in wage budget to spare, and these are the sort of players we could actually pick up. I don't know. Thoughts? There's some better ones to show you, but he's one of the ones I thought was a bit more up our street, so to speak. Now, it would depend on what he wants in money, obviously. He's a wonder kid. Superb. Just... Oh, babe, that is some of your best work. I wish the picture was bigger so you could actually see what that is a little bit more. That's incredible. Oh, that is wonderful news. They're just superb. I feel like Bay has a meme library. Do you remember some of the outrageous memes we had from the first Gideon stream. That one with the dominoes. Oh, I think he's worth... It's another, but I believe that... But the point, it's not even that, though. The thing is, he still has 4 caps for their under-21 national team. Let's ask his agent. Okay, so he's definitely worth a go at £250 a week, surely. Or roughly that amount, right? I feel like he's worth to bring in just in case he's good at that kind of price. Because we've got the cash for these sort of players, and I think now might be a good time to do that. Unless there's like a... Oh, no, he's free, isn't he? Clubs often accept it, and you can offer him a contract. I tend not to do that. That, for me, feels a little bit more on the export side of things. But again, as I say, it's a single-player game. Play it how you like. Plus, that would require you'd have to sit there and look at new youth intakes every day in order to get them on the day, right? And that, for me, is just a little bit like... that. I would find that tedious, personally. Plus, I could never really do that on stream. 1 year. I mean, buddy, give me a bit more than that. I won't do an extension clause with him. I'll just do a straight-up 5-year deal. Offer you £400 a week for the 5 years. Well, an extra 25 quid a week, and he's like, yes, I'll stay here for 4 more years. You'll have to see it. Unless you're in Hungary. To be fair, that's only our youth intake. Other Hungarian sides do not come through on the same day as us. Like, they're still spread throughout the month. No, the best one, yeah, I know the best one's name. It's this guy here, Felix Sakara. Trust me. So there's also another Bosnian chap right here. He plays for Be Quick, but still not maybe got enough knowledge on him, and he's got a... Oh, it's only pulled ankle ligaments. Maybe go back for him in the summer. Amadou Mendy. Great mentals, great physicals, but he is 20. So the downside on him being 20 is, of course... Wait, San Cristobal? Oh, it's a Spanish side. Is the fact that he wouldn't be a homegrown player for us. But... And technically, he does appear to be lacking, but physically and mentally, he's very good. Probably got personality in there too, with relatively high determination. I mean, I can have a look and see how much he wants. Bear in mind, there's other players. Is he worth us going a bid now, or waiting till the summer and then seeing if we can get better options? And then I think, yeah, I say keep scouting because we can't actually scout these guys at the moment. That's the problem. That's why I've shortlisted them. I think, yeah, I don't think he's punt worthy. We've got other punts that are worthy potentially. There's this guy here, Borka Ayensa. Temp holes look awesome. 6 foot, great jumping reach, most likely. Minimum of 13 heading and minimum of 14 tackling. Really high teamwork. 6 foot, but with... I mean, he could have like 11 jumping reach, obviously. So he's definitely... Yeah, I mean, potentially there could be some punts in here that might require more like £1,000. Like, for example, I think the guy that we are going to look at is probably going to want more. He's solid, but the problem is with him being... Actually, with him being Spanish... At least we'd be able to really stiff him on his contract. But it would depend on how much... He doesn't have an agent. Okay. That's annoying. Let's see what he wants. Youngster. Oh, okay. I just want to see. I honestly think with this guy, he's probably not that good. But... £100 a week? £100 a week? Like... I think he's worth £100 a week for 5 years. I probably didn't have to give him the 5 years part. He's never going to get Spain caps. If he wasn't on £100 a week, though, I wouldn't have bothered. But for £100 a week, I think he's worth a go. Oh, he's joined immediately. You're right, you will. Okay, so now let's have a look at Kareem. Hey, Liam. No, I'm just taking chat through my... basically, I went through and looked at all the youth teams of every single nation in the world. And by that, I mean, like, the national teams in the youth. So... Yeah, if he gets a Spain cap, he's definitely worth that. So this is Mohamed Kareem. He plays for Al Hay. Him, just know so little about him. Marking looks like it's crap as well. There's too little information on him, despite the cool club. You're doing Bromma Poikiner again. The actual Endrick. How much for? Hang on, was he 6'5"? 6'5", that's good. But look at that. Max jumping reach of 14 on someone who's 6'5". That's a bit concerning. There's this guy here. Aritz Aispurura. You notice there's a few guys coming here from Antiguoco. Interesting. Better, but I feel like I'd still rather wait on him, particularly as he's 19, so he wouldn't even be a homegrown player for us. I don't think he's worth that, particularly as its rushing out tendency is 12 to 18. I don't know if I want that. That's not bad, actually, Hub. I think our guy is still in Brazil at the moment. We could still get him if we wanted to at some point. It's Javier Perez. He's a fullback, but he has low tackling. Good mentals, probably, for someone who's 18. I actually don't know. I think they're like Spanish. Yeah, they're a Spanish like well, how do I explain? They're like an academy side, basically. There's another academy side in here too that you're going to know the name of very quickly, because I was talking about this a little while ago about how they're an academy team, and they don't. Someone said they don't produce players. I have solid proof that they do, and you're going to see who it is in a minute. I don't think he's that great. There's this guy here, Hachi Masadi. We know so little. I'd like to think that there's possibly something there. To be fair, not many people actually fell for it, Paul. A couple of people did. And it does have more dislikes than most videos, and I suspect that's just because, you know, people don't like to be duped. God knows what they're going to be like when I actually have signed Brahim Diaz. They won't believe me. Right, there's Kanda Utara. Some good mentals. Physicals. Right, okay, I'm just going to take it straight to the next. This is the guy. This one here. Felix Sakara. Of all the players I looked through, this is the one that made me go, okay. Now, he might still be shit, right? But I felt there was enough in him. Now, he could still have shit marking, but positioning is good. Tackling is good. Marking is probably okay. Heading's most likely not too bad either. Great natural fitness. Possibly quite good acceleration and pace as well. Strength is high. Good on both feet. 6'1", but could have potentially up as high as 14 jumping reach. Most likely going to be a bit lower than that, but still not too bad. And he's from Escorpion. Lean back. It's because this chair has so much. I found it. It was Walter recommend. This comes under the recommendation of Walter O'Brien. I'm telling you. So, I think he's going to want more money, right? Yeah. But I feel like of all the players in here, he's one that I'm willing to take a punt on being worth the kind of money. Because he was in their under-21 squad as well. 18 years old, in their under-21 squad. Breakthrough prospect I'm fine with. Why do they want one-year deals? That's kind of weird. I suspect he will get capped, so I'm going to have to be careful. I might just hit him with like a 950. 7 goals as well. Also, one of the things I've noticed about a lot of these players is that there's an enormous number of... Basically, a good way of finding these players that I want to test with you lot actually would be to just look for players who are on amateur or youth contracts, or sorry, amateur or non-contract deals, who have an enormous amount of club appearances but are still young. I think that would be a really good way of finding them, potentially, that aren't, say, in national team squads yet. Because all of these guys, you'll note, have got a large number of appearances. No, there's no work permits at all, so we don't have to worry about that. This is another guy. Maybe need a little bit more information on Søren Pilgaard. Double I as well, Pilgaard Manson. Is there a way to search for that? I think there is, yes. Maybe. Yeah, because we looked at like player appearances before when we were looking at for the player with the most number of appearances, and it's always some Brazilian chap with like 1,000 appearances. Oh, thank you, Shuba. Yeah, so this is a new method we're working on at the moment, Shuba. I've been cooking up a new Wonder Kid search method. Hey, Danny. I did see your DM last night. I will get back to that after stream. So my apologies, it wasn't as quick as I normally am. It's the method name. Ooh. Do I get to call? Do I get to name a method? Because I mean, I didn't entirely find it, but I feel like I'm more responsible for this one than I am for a lot of the others. Yes, I'll call it. I don't know what I'll call it. It'll get a name at some point, like by itself, almost. The amateur method. The pissing in the wind method. Now you're talking. The pull-out method. No, you never want to do that. Pull out and pray. He's pretty good, but I want to leave him alone for the moment. The scouting mattered. Mattered? The okayest method. Yeah, actually, I quite like that. There's this guy here, Mackenzie. Ronaldo Mackenzie. Oh, I don't know if you noticed the name of one of the players that's coming up in a minute, but I feel like we're going to have to sign him purely based on his name. This guy, great first name as well, though. Solid. But it's not quite... It's not quite Zeus Ascension, though, is it, chat? Hey. You've got a name, but it's not quite Zeus Ascension. Man is quite literally a fantasy character. Glorious. I'll just call him Jesus, yeah. Only 5'11", might have good jumping reach. You got it, right? And, bear in mind, he doesn't play... That's not a... That's a Curaçaoan side. He was born in Willemstad. He's already got 1 cap for Curaçao as well, so we're going to have to be... Oh. Okay. Fuck it. Just give him that. Next manager. I'll tell you what, he'd have to be bloody good for that. Imagine if he was 6'5". That would be brilliant. There's also this guy, Brahimi. Mohamed Brahimi. Maybe have to wait for the summer for him. Toma Mejga. Better, but probably the same kind of deal. There's this guy here. Pibob Thongboa. Actually, I don't know why I put him in there. He's really not that great. He's so bad at jumping. It's true. There's Lemaire, another Belgian. I did find a couple more Belgians. So there's Marcellus Lemaire, who looks intriguing. Tackling of 11 minimum. Marking's a bit naff, though. Not so sure on him. And he has a face, obviously, because I did the regen thingy. Curacao Cat as EU. I don't know if he does or not, but them counting as EU is irrelevant here anyway, so it doesn't matter. Possibly a good right back, maybe one for the to look at in the. This guy he's Polish, but he's also English, if I remember. Yeah. Born in Morag. Interesting. 91 appearances as well for Chorzov. Great mentals. Just not sure where he sits on the others. Might need more work on him. Oh, hang on a minute. Right. This guy here. I forgot there was another couple of players that I really liked. This next guy here. Moroccan. Mohamed Tangnyauti. Moroccan. Plays for Tunbridge Angels. Wait for it. Wait for it. Things you like to see. This Moroccan chap at Tunbridge Angels. Like, 6'2". Jumping reach is a little bit shit on him, but he's got solid tackling. Yeah. Cheap. But for cheap, no problem, right? 106 appearances for Tunbridge Angels already. Like, that's an insane amount of appearances. You have to for that price. I'm noticing a lot of these guys actually don't want that much money, and it might be better off to just do that and just... I realize I'm not having to convince them. If anything, they're actually kind of like, right, you want to sign? He is 19, yeah, but like, with these guys on these kind of deals, it's kind of a bit of a no-brainer for us here. It's Popovsky. He might be good. Hard to say. Right, okay, here's a fun one. Mexican. There was a Mexican dude, Alejandro Ferra, but we know so little about him, I don't think he's worth actioning just yet. Plays for a club called Sesifoot. Twinned with Rabat. Yeah, in it. Ah, right, okay. This is a fun one. This guy plays for Clairefontaine. Aurélien Marty plays for Clairefontaine, which obviously is the famous youth academy in France. They have developed some players in this save. They actually bought him, weirdly, from Avoine Chinon. There's a lot of centre-backs, and I believe that's because it's one of the attributes that you get the quickest when it comes to scouting. They aren't meant to have players. They actually do have players in this save, and I think he's worth a go. Pace, finishing, composure, passing, teamwork, like they're all good-ish, right? Barely wants any money. £300 a week. Surely. Bit more than that, but like he looks solid. Underneath him, there's still a few more to go. There's this chap here. He's free, but again, maybe not got enough. And he's called Elton Visser, so we do like that. But the whole night of centre backs, why not? That's Borko. He's the guy we've already got on trial. There's Doumbia here, who again, more information required. I think I already did auto size them. Oh no, just a tiny bit more. I did before, but it's obviously taken it back. Malik Jallo. Similar kind of story, not quite enough. Smolarov, he's intriguing. Amateur deal. Next Gen Awards, yeah, Next Gen Awards is great, especially this year that we're in. My God. And then I think that's basically it. There's also Reece Naylor here, who's the last one. He's just another Kiwi dude. But again, you know, in the summer, when we got some scouting budget, we can go and scout these guys that we weren't able to get. They do, yeah. The reason that's why I was I thought it was so noteworthy when I saw the guy from Clairefontaine, because of them producing youth. Where's he gone? This guy here. So they do have players. I already looked through them though. So they've got like 5 guys, but most of them outside of him, who ironically they didn't actually produce, aren't spectacular. But if they are producing players, then it does mean that maybe we could snatch one later from them. The Polish dude, or what, Smolarov, or I assume this guy. He plays for Den Haag. Yeah, Hibiscus Coast, what a name. Yeah, he's got 16 games for Den Haag in their first team. That's a good point, actually. He's got no agent. But yeah, I think for the rest of these guys, we'll leave until the summer. Get some more scouting on them. Especially given that a lot of the European squads are probably going to change due to the youth intakes coming through. He's got 10 games for 15 games for Den Haag. Bango Shay! Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. How's it going? They don't. You can pick up so many awesome players from the second tier in the Netherlands. We did it last year too. Quite often. They're not a bad side. Yeah, and if he's in their first team, he might be worth a punt, potentially, as like the final one of this batch. Hope I've done this correctly. Yes. Let's just check. See what he wants. If he's cheap enough, then we'll give it a crack. He doesn't have an agent, so we'll just have to see. Future prospect. Okay, that's interesting. They're all just accepting these. Now, most of these are going to be kind of shit, I suspect. But in Libya, that's awesome. Who are you managing? If even one of these players turns out to be even... Okay, so we're getting Ayensa straight away. Most of them, I suspect, will be like 3-star potential at best, but you just never know. One of them might actually be really good. They can fill out our youth teams. They can go for... Oh, no, he doesn't join us till June. Okay. But 11 marking, 13 jumping reach, 14 tackling, 13 heading. Still, I don't think he's that bad. They're going good, Noel. Really good. Particularly with the current, what we've just been working through. I think he's solid for free. Plus, with the others, once we've signed them up, we'll have more knowledge of them as well, so we can know if we've made good or bad decisions. I love that my assistants put Lubitsch in instead of... Actually, where even is Nwusu? Oh, fuck it. He's got a chance. I'm going to give him an opportunity. We're not going to start and die here. Christ. Larkesh, surely. Yeah, Diaz and Jarju. Diaz, Kapelik, Pereira. Radulich and Sagdal. Yaboa's at least getting back to fitness again. We just get rid of the trialies so we can see what we're doing here. Effie can have a little resty. Because we've got another game immediately afterwards, don't we? Yeah, 3 days against Patchy as well. Yeah, it's the last time we're going to see him, so we might as well give him a chance. Watch him have an... Plus, it means he'll have an opportunity to get rid of his 50% save ratio. We do have Brahim Diaz. It is actually him as well. Is that any interest? Nah, he's only been here like a month or so far, so no interest yet. But give it a chance, right? You never know. 800k budget. Wow, that's kind of mad. You'd be surprised, actually. There's some weird nations in Africa in terms of that, some of their... For example, I believe it's Mauritania or Mauritius that has ridiculously high prize money for winning their league. By comparison to other African nations. When we did an African save a couple of years ago, it was mad how much money there was. Yeah, let's go for that. Yeah, he'll get an even worse save rate. Watch him sign for like Ferencváros or something. No, he'll probably sign for Honvéd, won't he? He can be the goalkeeper that's trying to keep the ball out of the net in front of Hakim Ziyech. Right. I remember when these guys started the season insanely well and were like right up at the top of the league for a little bit. Okay. Chance for Riviere as well. Give Bobby a little rest. Yeah, we're probably going to regret it, aren't we? But I don't know. Like 300k. No, Shay. Like £1 million. If I remember correctly, chat. Those of you that were here during the African venture, it was either Mauritius or Mauritania. They had like £1 million prize money for winning their league. It was mental. It might have just been because of the database I was using, but for some reason their prize money was obscene. So if you find a way to get into either Mauritania or Mauritius, I think it was Mauritania though, then I would have a crack. And for this weekend, was this the whole that goal was given and then the goal was disallowed? I haven't actually seen it properly, so I couldn't possibly give an opinion on it, you know. End up with last season. Well, Diaz has only just joined us, so he's only joined us midway through this season, so he's got a couple so far. I think he's got 2 goals and 3 assists so far, but he's only been here like less than 3 months. Oh god. Oh. You love to see it. I don't know. What the f was that? Do you know what my favorite thing about that clip was? how Pereira almost fucked that up. It's like me when I'm clean through on Rocket League. Okay. Bear in mind, that wasn't Nwusu. That was their goalkeeper. So, just to roll the clip back a little bit, speaking of which, I've already clipped it, just to make sure. That's going in the highlight video. It's just aimlessly dumped over the top by Diaz. The goalkeeper comes out, misses the ball when he's back in the box. Pereira then slows down. He doesn't even actually shoot. He just sort of dribbles the ball into the net, the cheeky bastard. Wow. That right there is goalkeeping on F123. And that's the reason I didn't draft a good goalkeeper for the playoffs. Because our goalkeeper pulled off some shit like that, but then so did others. Sagdal. And it's Diaz again. Wow, their goalkeeper's having a woeful day. Stinger! I'm glad that you're here, because I have a goal to show you, my friend, so stick around. Can I just do it from here? Yeah. Those of you that have just joined us from Stinger stream, enjoy. Thank you very much for the raid. That's awesome. I hope your stream went well. Ready for this. Ball lumps over the top. Watch their goalkeeper. He comes out of the box to go back into the box to then tap the ball towards his own goal. Yes. So, that's good. Match engine working as normal. Oh, dear. Let me get you a shout out as well. That's 2 raids in 2 minutes. Boom. Match engine is fine. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. I see no problem with that whatsoever. And his goalkeeping for the second goal wasn't exactly a lot better, was it, to be honest? Oh, yeah, the pass was... The keeper could have just stood there and waited for the ball to come to him and it would have been fine. Natty Napkin, thank you for the follow. Brahim's looking good, obviously, because he's Brahim Diaz. But so far, he's a cut above. He's already got like an expected assist of like 4, despite the fact he's only started like 7 games for us, I think. So he's very, very creative. And he's got goals to his name. He's just... I can't believe we've got Brahim Diaz in Hungary for a start. Secondly, the fact that he's only 26. And thirdly, that he's settled into this team so brilliantly, he's just taken over. Bear in mind, it's the further forward Diaz. The Diaz you're seeing on the ball now is not him. This is him here. Oh, what a ball. Kapralik. Oh, sexy football. Thank you, McFlyshaw. I was getting pelters for wearing this at the start of stream. I'm not going to lie. And then I said my girlfriend bought it for me, and they all shut up. Bebop. Thank you for the follow. Well, leagues to add, I add literally, so I go. The only league I add, or the nation, is the one I'm managing, unless it's a journeyman. The reason for that is because you can load players and not leagues, so the teams that aren't in your nation will still produce regens, and you don't have to worry about having all the other leagues switched on. That's the system I use. So I have 110,000 players loaded here, so the clubs will all keep getting regens to keep the database like packed up, but it doesn't slow the game down, because obviously the more leagues you turn on, the more the game is slowed down because of it. Brahim Diaz again. Pereira's through. Can he get another assist here? Oh, that's poor. Slingos, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, it's not been a good start for Kekshmet. It's not been a good game for them so far. Transfer deadline, even that's barely noticeable, but then it might just be because of stream, because we're normally chatting and we just kind of let it elapse. And McFlyshaw, thank you for the follow as well. Hello, Inferno, how's it going? You just missed an absolutely ridiculous goal. In fact, fuck it, I'll show it again. I don't even care. I'm just going to keep showing this over and over. My favourite thing about that is just the fact that he doesn't ever really shoot. He just sort of walks the ball in. Play an interwar pilot in amateur theatre production. Maybe. Maybe. Scott Parker would... Actually, no, I can't. He wouldn't look good at anything other than not in the Fulham job. And Wusu's had an annoyingly good first half too. Watch this be the ultimate redemption arc of Nathaniel and Wusu. This is where he just becomes good. What year is it? I love it. It's like you've just stepped out of a time machine. But no, we're in 2026. It's not a sweater vest. This is true. That's a great header. It's going to be offside. Is that Adama Traore? I think it is, but it might not be the one you're thinking of, because there is an Adama Traore that plays in Hungary. He used to play for Ferencváros, but yeah, it's the former Hull City Adama Traore. Oh no, he was always at Kekshmet apparently. So yeah, it is Adama Traore, but it's the one from Hull City. Scott Parker, the Champions League manager. Oh yes, because he works so hard. he's the Endrick of Adama Traore. It's true. If you were doing a journeyman, that's the difficult part, Slingos, because if you're doing a journeyman, it becomes more difficult because you have to sort of know what leagues you're going to be loading. Depending on how you want to structure the save. When I did my last massive journeyman, I actually had every single nation in Europe turned on. But then as I progressed up the ranks, I turned them off, and it's obviously sped the game up. But it will depend on a lot on your system's capabilities and stuff like that, right? French Virus winning against Budapest. Oh, there's tons of Adamatry always. Invincible League 4th season. Hell yeah. We're not going to be doing that. However, Budapest Honvéd are currently doing an Invincible season in the 2nd tier as we speak. I might get... He's actually had a really bad day. There I am highlighting him to all the new people. He's playing like shit. I say playing like shit. He's playing poorly compared to his compatriots. Let's get De Silva on, and then let's get Yakubu in. Yeah, we'll get Yakubu Yeboah in. Oh no, we'll put Novak in there, and then Yakubu on the other side. Nice. It's a tough one to sort of judge, Slingo. 93rd minute win yesterday from a Maguire halfway line. Oh no. RDF would have liked that, right? He would have loved that. Oh, dearie me. It feels like FM bullies him sometimes. The amount of stuff I see in our Discord server that's just him getting wrecked by the match engine in like the most awkward way possible. It's like it seems to like target him specifically. Yeah, we've got Raymond Crollis, of course. He's pretty much our backup striker these days as Sebastian comes in. Oh, lovely. And would you look at that? A cheeky little assist from Big Moses. You found some already? That's kind of sick. You got any screenshots? I'm curious. Because has anyone else tried out this non-contract amateur scouting thing that we've been trying? Because I'm going to put a video out this weekend about it. Now that we've kind of elaborated it to the point where I feel like there's enough for a video. Because I feel like this is actually a little bit underused. I think the reason it's so good is because you can target it really well. That's the thing. You don't have to do quite... It's not quite so scattergun as my other scouting. And a couple of the 2 90th-minute goals. Well, I'll be damned. That's where everyone else's luck's already gone. You have 12. No way. That's kind of sick. Good striker with that name. Sadly not. He's a very good winger, though, because he has like 18 flair, 17 dribbling, and what's it? I think 16 ball control, or technique, rather. He's exactly what you'd want to be out of a player called Yakubu Yeboah. And he has actually scored a Tony Yeboah-esque belter so far, despite only having 5 long shots. Oh, hang on. Spirit, here he is. Oh, see what I mean? Just can't do it. Stop using it. Basically, I would say that this method of scouting that we're currently using is good enough up until the point, if you're looking for young players that you can get for free, is good enough up until the point where you are now able to scout all of the national teams in big chunks. As in using my scouting method, the original one where you go and you get scout reports on all the members of the under-19 squads for every national team and then under-21 squads for every national team. Once you've got the scouting budget and the financial clout to be able to do that, this becomes ineffectual because you'll hit those same players anyway. But the reason this is so effective now is because it allows you to bypass all that and target like 30 players instead of 3,000 players. I'll post a screenshot. Do you know what Gyatso is? Because that's usually how we do screenshots around here. But any form of screenshot that allows you to send a link in chat, I can look at. I'm just curious. Or you can put it in the Discord. It's up to you. Okay, that was a good result. Pereira again. This man is going to have sacked his agent about 7 times this year. But sure, he does it every time. Honestly, Moomoon, well, to be fair, outside of the match engine, there is 0 to be excited about. My favourite feature, my unironic favourite feature of FM23 is the UEFA licenses. And that is saying something. So no, if you've got FM22, I genuinely don't believe there's a reason to upgrade. I honestly don't. I think there has been some balancing stuff that's improved. I think building a nation states like ours that we're doing right now actually have become more viable. But that might just be because of the league we've chosen, potentially. I couldn't... Yeah. If you haven't played FM22, I think maybe... I think it's often... I think a lot of people are going to be skipping a year. It was fun, Deja. I think we got a little bit lucky in the final, but we had some luck elsewhere. It was just... It was a fun tournament. I streamed for 9 hours on Sunday. I'm knackered. By the way, I'm not streaming this Sunday because you know I always usually take a weekend off after I've done like one of those type of weekends. I'm going to try and convince Mike to come to Cambridge. Legally an upgrade. That is in fact yes. It's free on Game Pass. That's all you need, right? Try it out for yourself. Here we go. Oh, look at this is what I mean. Who did you sign in from? Lebeke. My guess is they're like what, 4th tier. But these are the kind of players that they're not amazing players, but they could be. And the best thing about these players that you get from these particular contracts is because, although weirdly, this guy hasn't actually got any game time for his club, which is kind of odd. the best thing about it is they are usually well more developed than you'd expect because they've had so much game time. So often these guys can not only be good for the future, but they can actually slot in as first team players now. It's great. Transfer and ability upgrades. Yeah, literally. I think, but then I suppose you could just play FM22 with like an updated database. There's probably almost certainly, I imagine it won't be perfect, but it's probably not bad. Still Y24. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that's what they kind of rely on. They rely on that kind of complacency, I suppose, in terms of, yeah, I like his physicals and mentals, but wait for the summer on him. Search every transfer win. I guess, yeah. I think we'll have another look at the Belgium squad once we get round to the summer again, because with there being youth intakes now, their squads are going to change quite dramatically. I probably picked a bad time to go through those teams, honestly, but it is what it is. I also simmed another database 4 years ahead on a brand new database to prove a point in the video, so it has the exact same stuff in it, basically. So, like, I haven't actually saved this here for a start. I'll show you what I mean. I think there's a lot about getting into a certain save as well. You want that kind of... Yeah, let me just show you. There we go. Belgian test database. So this is the database I was testing yesterday, and it has same database setup that I currently use. Obviously, it's an unemployed manager, and I believe I've used Denmark as the base league for this one. Yeah, so it's only got Denmark loaded, right? So if we go to Belgium here, so we go to national teams, under 18 squad. That one's actually not too bad. It's usually under 19s where it's better. Here we go. So we got two guys here in the Belgium under 19 squad. We've got this guy, Matthias Stevens. Driven personality. Technicals aren't amazing, but he's got good tackling. Crossings 10. Solid physicals. Great determination. Strong left foot. Would be able to be picked up for absolutely free. He's got 94 senior appearances already, which means his CA is probably quite high. Next to him, we've got Vittorio Serra. Same kind of thing. Central midfielder. I mean, he's ridiculous. To be that good at 18 years old. 72 senior appearances for his club. Plays for a team called Arnoka. It's beautiful. Anyone in this one? Yep, two more guys here. Akila Schmetz. 11 tackling, 12 marking, 13 heading, 14 jumping reach, 6 foot tall, great physicals, great mentals. I say great physicals. Average physicals, great mentals. 60 appearances for his club. Would be available for free. Probably strengthen a lot of your sides. Sem Schumacher, centre back. Actually, more of a DM. In fact, he's literally a DM. Solid player. Belgium was just so good for this. I don't think there was any further up. Oh, no, there is. Angelo Herder. Great reflex. Well, good-ish reflexes. For someone who's 18 years old, not bad. And then in the 23s. Now, that's where it tends to fall away. But my point is, it's just such a useful... a DM. Oh, no, we don't start that again. It's just such a useful method, basically. So fun. Now, and also, even if you're not using my style of database setup, how did I know to look at them? So basically, the way we found this was... oh, sorry, those ones in particular. The reason I need to look at those players in particular is because they had non-contract, so it means they're free. I can just pick them up for free, and they're usually cheap. That's how I need to look at those ones specifically. The way we found this originally was we set up a recruitment focus that was supposed to look for players between the ages of 15 and 17 that were supposed to be kind of decent. Most of the players it brought through were kind of shit, but we noticed a few players in there had a £0 transfer value, but they had like really high potential, or the first scout report said they did. And after we'd signed a couple of them, we realized that they were all coming from Belgian sides. Like lower league Belgian sides that weren't really good for youth. They didn't have great facilities, didn't have great youth recruitment. I think the first two players we signed from those clubs, one had stuff that was sort of similar to York City, and the second one had facilities and recruitment that was similar to like Dulwich Hamlet. But they were producing like one of the guys is already a Greek international now. And so with that in mind, we decided to see if there were any more players like that, and it turned out the Belgian national team squads were stacked with them. Other nations work as well, but Belgium is like the primo one. For some reason, just because of the way their league is set up, Belgium works the best. You'll often find other players. So to give you an example, we found some other players like the Greek dude, and there's a Danish dude as well. Turns out they were all still from the Belgian leagues. Zeus is ascending, and we're also getting Felix. He'll join us in June. He'll join us in June. Nice. If you've got the money, Liam, then yes. But at the moment, obviously, we don't have the money to be scouting full national teams like that. Once you're in a situation where you can actually get away with scouting like 1,000 players in a row, like I did with my other method, then just use that, because you'll find all the same players anyway. But this is kind of like a... This is kind of like a step ladder, I suppose. This method is kind of like a... I can't afford to do that method, but this will allow me to target players for free really cheap in the early stages. And yes, we found a player called Zeus Ascension. Right, Felix. 13, 13, 15. 13 acceleration, 13 pace, 12 jumping, which isn't amazing. Good on both feet. I mean, at 18 on a free transfer, he's not bad, is it? where you're losing money. So, I mean, this screen will tell you a lot. So the biggest thing I can say, Celtic Carrots, is do not, and I repeat this, do not start scouting players outside your scouting range when you've used your scouting budget. That's how you'll end up in bloody 600k transfer debt. Sorry, scouting debt. But yeah. But the best way you can do is look through these screens here, but wait till like the end of a month. So say like 29th of the month or something. Then look through these, and you'll be able to see sort of where the money's going in and out. Do not scout 400 Brazilians at once. Yes. Take it from me. Oh, are these all your Belgians? Non-footballing costs. I assume it's things like bribes and cheese. Holy shit. So he can't have been non-contract though if he cost £18,000, right? Although he looks like one of those players that was still at that. To be fair, we did actually pay some money for Effie, so some of them do still cost you a little bit. But still, this is the kind of stuff we can find. It's brilliant. Half of our squad is made up of these players now. Right, let's have a look at Zeusy. We weren't expecting him to be brilliant, were we? But he's called Zeus Ascension. Buying out the youth contracts, maybe. The problem is they can cost a lot of money. But if they're at low clubs... Oh, we're getting the guy from Clairefontaine as well. 16 acceleration, 15 pace. Crossing and dribbling are okay. Passing's really good. Teamwork's good. He's solid, if not spectacular. Zeus is mostly a meme signing, yeah. Okay, let's have a look at this guy. The guy that's at Den Haag. Oh, wait, he's actually just here. No, he's not. No, he's not. Oh, yeah, he's not good. I'm amazed that he's got 15 senior appearances for Den Haag. But when he's on basically no money, who cares? Okay, that's certainly... Oh, there's the guy from Tunbridge as well. Not Tunbridge as well. Tunbridge Wells. To get work permits, any tips? Unfortunately, with if you're in a nation that requires work permits, this method is going to be... This method will only help you find players. Unfortunately, I can't speak to how well you'll be able to sign those players in terms of the leagues they're in with your league. But, yeah. 6'2", 11, 12, 13, aggression, bravery, a little bit lack of pace. These are all solid pickups, right? And then there's Vladimir Gashi as well. Damn, we picked up quite a lot of these guys, didn't we? What about Gashi? 17 passing, only 11 vision, which is a bit annoying. Great technique. He's not very mobile, but 11 tackling isn't bad either. Not bad even on the positioning. Marking might be a bit trash. Yeah, lots of loan farmers potentially. I feel like the best nation that you're going to find... That's the other thing about it. You notice how most of these guys aren't amazing. Belgium will genuinely seem to produce the best because Belgium has such a high youth rating, youth level. So these clubs are just producing these players that match up to fill the spots in the national team squad. DLP defend, yeah, we've got a roaming playmaker, but I don't know if he's quite got the defensive capabilities for that. He's got tackling though. Where's Bobby gone? We like actually start Bobby, like assistant. So Effie's back in. I want to just keep rotating around as much as I can. I'm going to start Nathaniel Nwamusu again. I want to see how he does next time. Merlin needs a rest. At least he's getting game time now, which is good. Free agent in real life. Really? Actually swap those two over. So Yakubu's playing on his correct side. How's he getting on training that role? Okay, he's getting there. He'll learn it. Hey, Jason. How's it going? Yeah, I've heard a Hungarian side are interested in him in real life from what I'm told. Which is kind of sick. Do a bit of that. Dribble less, trigger press. Regan Booty, of course, in their lineup. Scored an absolutely wondrous goal against us last time. I think it was 0.02 XG it was worth. Carver Hallen as well. Take a bit of that. I think there's possibly profit there. Yeah, exactly. Can he loan players who can't get a work permit? Yes, I believe so. I think that's what you normally do, isn't it, right? That's what I used to do back in the day. Because back in the day, the trick was you'd loan them, you'd get a Belgian affiliate side, and then you'd loan them to Belgium, and then they'd get a work permit really fast. But that obviously doesn't apply now. Does that even work? Against teams that you're expected to beat, it seems like it, yes, because the match engine is so chaotic. So think of how many times you notice your players lose the ball in their final third for no reason because they just take bad touches and just randomly get dispossessed. What I'm doing basically there is exemplifying that, amplifying that even more. As now we're losing to our former player. Bobby is offended. That's the thing that happens when they're up against a centre-back that's stronger than them. They can be offended by it or hurt. Wait till they ever get a loan permit. Yeah, the question is they might not ever, potentially. Pressing the position masher. Well, maybe he is. He's just stood there getting right up in his face. Oh. I'm genuinely excited to see what... I also wonder if this becomes less effective later in saves as more youth players come into the system, or whether the game will continue to produce them at the same rate, as now Bobby's in behind. Come on, Bobby. Dink him. Or just miss. That's fine. That's fine. You really should say that, Rob. Yes. It's a straight... I think it's... honestly, I think it's slightly a bug. It's an odd use of language, I guess. With only Northern Irish players... Yeah, it's... That's the reason that I find that the UK saves are a bit... UK and Ireland saves anyway. Or, actually, no, Ireland's fine. Just the UK saves are a bit of a problem. Water bottle from... These are from Amazon. They're called Mangoes. As in... That's the name of the... Oh my god, we're 2-0 down. Yeah, they're by Mango. They're 2.2 litres. Would highly recommend. They're like 13 quid. But I find having one big bottle of water is way better than smaller ones because you don't have to keep getting up and refilling it all the time. And I find that you drink more because of it. So, we've been a bit shit so far. 2 set-piece goals conceded is far from ideal. Also, Kishvarda now coming back into the title race, but they are beating Ferencváros. So if we could spin this around and be better, I'm going to turn off the wet ball in the box. We're being a bit too lax with that today. Headbutt the door on the way out. Well, yeah. Yeah, Gaboa's kind of struggled. Bobby's kind of struggled today. To pick this up a little bit. And Wusu's had a dreadful day. Returning to type immediately. Should have really expected that, shouldn't I? Have more PP players. You damn nearly didn't, Paul. I forgot about it until like 5 minutes before the start of the stream. But yes, there are 2 PP players today as well. Seems precious. Mate, we're 2-0 down and you've missed our only chance. I will yell at you all I want. Although, apparently not actually, because he's... Yeah. How are we losing to Paxi? We've actually lost them before. But yes, it's not looking great. I think we're just a bit tired. Okay, now we're starting to come back into it a little bit. But Yaboa's been dreadful, and I'm going to yank him quickly before we just need more damage for Novak. Diaz has struggled, actually, the last couple of games. Getting Gomin. Carter Howell's looked a bit rubbish, too. Sagdar has 2. It might get to Silver in as well. Fuck it. And you know what? Screw it. Just go the whole way. Let's get Riviere on. He's often good off the bench. Just classic 5 substitutes in one moment. Oh, yeah. This water bottle, if you threw it in a team talk, is likely to cause concussion. For Europe... For Europe at the moment, it's, as long as Ferencváros get into Europe, which they will, I think we're okay. We've not kind of got favourites just yet because we haven't got the established sort of hegemony at the top of the league at the moment. We're kind of waiting for that to form itself. So as long as there's not like a second division cup winner, unless it's Honvéd, then I think we're all right. That reminds me, I need to check on Honvéd after this and see if they're still unbeaten because they only had like 10 games to go. Right, now we need a big header. Oh, what are you doing, Fabio? This is why you don't start. Push the guy in the back. Good. Right. Anyone else fancy playing centre-back? How tall are you, Effie? You're like 5'6" or something, aren't you? 5'10", all right. 12 jumping reach. You've got 8 jumping reach. All right, Effie. How's it going, buddy? You are going to be a ball-playing centre-back. And you are going to drop a bit deeper. And then we are going to lose this game further. We actually don't know who's likely to become the next best because no one's really established themselves just yet. Can't have it all. Exactly, yeah. We had fun. That was the main thing. This has not gone ideally. To be honest, this is a massive chance for us to extend our gap at the top. And as it is, we're actually going to have it cut from us. Hopefully, Ferencváros don't win. Because that would be real, real bad. Well, we got away with it. That was dreadful. 2 goals from corners. Then a red card for no reason. Wow, we just played like shit. It's fine. We'll bring it back. Still a 2-point gap. And we have a game in hand on... Oh, Paxi are up in 4th. It's the Regan Booty effect. I didn't realise they'd got so good. Like, They were promoted the year before last. Then they came 10th, and now they're actually sitting in a European spot. I don't really want them in Europe at the moment, if we can avoid it. Actually, speaking of Europe, or rather, speaking of madness, are they still unbeaten? Yes. Yes, they are. 30 points clear of Jury in third spot. They've won 25 out of 30 matches this season, have a plus 41 goal difference, and are 30 points clear. In fact, they're already promoted. They're already champions. They're official. They better do the unbeaten season now. I will be livid with them if they don't. The best thing about it as well, look at this. They're 24 points above their predicted points. They're only like a tiny bit clear of Debrecen. Your league table goal, MTK Budapest, when you joined. What do you mean? Michal faces Inquest. We're top of the league. Like, calm down, Attila. That's mad. Hwang In-bum. Great name. Kata suspended as well. God, there's so many games. Oh, great. Now we play Ferencváros immediately afterwards. Like, can't we just have like a bit of a rest in between? We're going to need to pull this out a little bit. Because the next two matches are literally against Ferencváros. The board expectations. Oh, it was promotion, I think. And then I think we actually changed it midway through the season when it was looking really good. But yeah, when you start with MTK, you have a very strong squad, so you're expected to do extremely well. And as it happened, we did end up winning the league by a very comfortable margin in the end, if I recall. But it took a little while. Once we sorted out our tactics, we kind of really started to go, yes, the next two games are at home against the teams directly below us. Absolutely mad. And there's a cup in there too. This could definitely go horribly wrong for us. The Western Roman Empire of the 5th century. Oh god, no team meetings, not today. Riviere making more positive developments. Good news. Even his composer's going in the right direction. He has scored a lot of goals this season, in fairness. 16 goals from starting. It's just he's so inconsistent. Actually, which would make sense if he has bad consistency. Which he actually does, so that would explain it. About Ziyech playing in the Hungarian second division. Oh, nothing. It's just Hakim Ziyech playing in the Hungarian second division.
Hi.
Indie boy Taylor, thank you for the follow. We have a lovely Tuesday. Just got elbowed and you saw it in the match engine. Wait. Really? Wait, hang on. I saw it in the match engine. I have seen a player get elbowed before. That is the thing I have seen happen. I remember it happening twice. It happened to Pananek Mate as well. Oh, you saw it. Sorry, my bad. Oh, A saw. That's why I got confused. That's my bad. Yeah, so Hakim Ziyech has joined Budapest Honvéd in the second tier on a free transfer from Chelsea. How do you see consistency? It's here on the pros and cons. So it's green for Ziyech, for example. I find that older players tend to have better consistency, generally speaking. What are we up to with these now? So, I can't believe Herenveen. Oh, that could have been Ferencváros in there. And then what we got here? Maccabi Haifa in the quarterfinals of the Europa Conference League. Sassuolo. Manera Verdi. Does that count? I mean, it's consistency of some sort. Yeah, it's kind of mad that Ziyech is on that. The fact that we had Nicola Pepe as well. Oh, more positive development for Felipe Novak. Yeah, he still, for me, is the cream of the crop as far as those Belgian chaps go. He's the best one we found, by miles. He was the first player we found using this method. Although, actually, weirdly, we weren't using the method, essentially. This was just one of my recruitment focus. So, overall, still only a little bit up in certain areas. But he's still progressing, which is the main thing. Flavian Moors. Flavian Moors is also very good. Wait, it's like that, isn't it? Like, Moors is also an extremely good centre-back, in fairness. And now that we've got rid of that release clause as well. The only other one that could give them a run for their money is the guy that's joining us in the summer that we found while I was explaining this method last stream. Oh, my lord. There's 11 guys that are joining us on free transfers in the summer. Where is he? There's Maheka, Ayensha. Heremans. There he is. Marius Heremans. There's this guy as well. Oh, it's from Lebeka, that club that oh, someone in the chat from earlier had signed a player from. But I mean, he's just a bit good, isn't he? He's a scary looking man. Quite nice haircut, actually. But I mean, it's going to get better as well. I mean, I just want to have a quick. Yeah, these are all the same ones as before. Oh, what the... Yeah, Malik... We definitely looked at Malik Lecoq, didn't we, because of his name. There's no way I would have let Malik Lecoq get past us. Yeah, Marcellus Lemaire is one of the guys we looked at, from Virton as well. Virton are really good for this. In fact, out of interest, do they have any more players? Because they're Proximus League. Yeah, they've got 2 youth guys there. Oh, hang on, wait, is there more? No. You never know. Header from the stands. Did you look at Lecoq? Yeah, we definitely looked at him. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a scout report on him. Just want to see if they've added any new guys since the... there's no one in the under-23 squad. Oh, what on earth? 18-year-old goalkeeper in the under-23s. Udenord. Dorian Mason, or Masson. Great aerial reach. Reflexes look alright. Eccentricity probably quite low. Certainly one for the shortlist. Wait, no, he goes on a bunch of amateurs. Cool. All right. That's interesting. It's probably gonna, we'll probably have to wait for the next international break to start seeing any new players enter those squads. Particularly as you'll notice most of them are like 18 years old because they've got those game times under their belt. Wow, this is a lot of changes needed to be made here. Jarju as the roaming playmaker. Yeah, no. Krollis through the middle. Surely Bobby's able to start this one at least. Diaz with Kapralik and Dye, Radalic and Moores. Good. Sagdal at the right back spot. We'll have a proper goalkeeper in. None of this silly nonsense. Effie can drop out for a little bit. Is Tanure set to play? I want to make sure that these guys are getting game time as well. Like Verev, for example, too. At least like 45 minutes a match just to keep them playing football. Nicola Pepe's... I hope he... Watch him like not have played. Nicola Pepe. Oh, there's not an H in it. For a split second, I thought he'd retired. He... Or, alternatively, their season hasn't started yet. That's all. Maybe the Kazakhstani season hasn't started yet. Found him just now at Virton. There you go. It's just the mentals and physicals on them are so well developed as well. That's the other beauty of it. It's a summer league. Ah, okay. So he hasn't had a chance to play for them yet in their defence. Or in his defence, mostly. Okay, that's, I think, what we're going to go with. Anyone else on the bench? Yeah, Novak. And Kapralik. Okay, we do this. Who have they got in that team? Okay, so they're only going with one striker. Interesting. They've actually dropped Mami, surprisingly. Pepe has no defence. This is very true. Refund points. Refund points for what? Sorry? Wait, refund whose points? Kazakhstan is true. Maybe, yeah, indeed. I mean, he's on more money than he was on here. Didn't he get like $2,500 a week here? Or there, rather. Okay, that's better. Bobby's going to have to sort himself out a little bit now. Okay, let's do this. It's me versus Andriy Shevchenko. The battle of the people who are... Well, one of us is called Andrei and one of us isn't. It's classic. Rolls off the tongue. Gestures. It's more of a habitual thing. It's the same gestures I was doing last year. I just found that they do... Yeah. Oh, sorry, Jason. Oh, come on. Great double save from Shane Duffy. By the looks of it. Oh, hello, Brahim. Flavian Moores. Oh, good start from us, though. We're right on it. It's the kind of start I wanted to see from us. It's a shame we couldn't do this against Pakshi. But high possession, lots of openings. Sagdal's already having an absolute blinder in the first 15 minutes. As is Moores. Good. Now I just need to get the rest of the team to catch up with it. This is good. We need like a really good performance out of Diaz today. Or Pereira cut back inside, maybe. What was that? How is that going to get given as a penalty? Man's just gone, and jumps in the air. Watch this one actually not be given. Because they do not always get given this year, which is good. I don't think he gives this. He shouldn't be giving it. That's mental. He just jumped in the air and it was a penalty. But now, Moses Jarju. I will say nothing more until after he's smashed this home. It's 1-0 to MTK in the title battle. 7th goal of the season for Moses. You love to see it. Oh, it's all just numbers, chat. It was decided. Good pen, though, from Jarju. Straight down the middle. True as an arrow. You love to see it. Okay, 1-0 to us. That would be a big result because that would take the gap to 5 points. Although, Ibrahim with another ball in. Radalic! God, he's winning everything. Was it either a free kick or a pen? No, I've actually seen some in the box that were not given. It can happen. It's rare, but I have seen it happen. I think we've had it happen in this save. I don't know what else. I don't know what other save it would have happened, to be fair. It's the only save I've really played any consistent matches in since the full game's come out. Anyway, Gavrich, good tackle. But a majestic solo striker did it come off. Not really, though. The ball's deflected off of him. But so far, so okay. Admittedly, the front four don't seem to be doing a great deal in this game, but everyone else is kind of making up for it, which I'm fine with. Yeah, it is a derby, but I'm thinking it more of the title race. It's not like there are main rivals as far as domestically. I believe that's more Újpest, is it not? But there's a lot of teams in Budapest. Right, here we go. Let's get a second goal. Put Ferencváros to bed. We did beat them 3-0 away from home earlier this season, so clearly we've got the quality to make that happen. We've just been a bit inconsistent at times. But hopefully we can stretch our legs a bit in the second half, get a 5-point gap, hopefully go and beat Kishvarda in the next game and officially eliminate them for the title as well. Not that they're really that in it. But then they look like they might be good enough for Europe. Might actually be able to do a little bit. It's not like they've been completely lost by us and Ferencváros. Like last year we had a decent-sized gap between us and the rest of them. But there's a little bit less of that this year. That could just be because we both went further in Europe. Right, here we go. Need that ball through the middle. Look at this football. This is glorious. If this turns into a goal, oh my lord. Oh, he's offside. But the build-up to that was filth. I don't think they've actually touched the ball since the kickoff there. We kept possession from the kickoff and then, well, scored a goal, but it's going to be disallowed, presumably. Yeah. He looked miles offside, but the patience we showed to actually create that opportunity was really nice. Scored 4. Wow. 14 out of 4. Oh, God. Goalkeeper, please. Dear, I don't trust him. I wish there was an instruction that said to your goalkeeper, you stay there. If you're within more than 5 feet away from your post, I will actually, like, release you from your contract. Oh, well played. Sagdal is developing into an incredibly accomplished right back. That's a great ball. Bobby's going to get the right side of the defender as well. He's through, and he slots it home for 2-0. Bobby Abduholikov, 26th goal of the season. Lovely pass through the middle, and that should hopefully put us in a strong position. 4 penalty. Oh, it's good. I remember that whole, like, non-league. He's on sweeper keeper. No. He's back. He's purely goalkeeper defend. We've done away with sweeper keepers this year, given how erratic they already are. And to be fair, their ratings did go up as well, both of them, when we switched them off of that. Bobby, you know, he's done okay this season. He's still our top scorer, but he's not been anywhere near as prolific in the league as Riviere has. But he has played a lot less games, just because he always ended up getting rotated out for the league matches, so he could play the European games, which makes sense. We went further in Europe this year than... Well, actually, technically we didn't, did we? In the grand scheme of things. We just played more European games. We do need some Champions League football at some point soon, though. That money that could come from it would be massive. Kapralik. Oh, Diaz, go on. Oh! Okay, nice. Oh. I don't know, Jason. I did read a book about... Oh, dear, my voice just went funny there. About the history of Hungarian football, but obviously there's a lot of information on there, and it was difficult to take it all in. That's surely not going to count. No, it doesn't matter because it's not crossed the line. Probably should have at least scored there. Let the referee decide it was actually a goal or not. Kapralik's been trash. But luckily we've got Felipe, so it's all good. Get a bit of Larkesh. Sagdal's looked excellent today. Brahim Diaz again has struggled a little bit. Last few matches from him have been a little bit subpar. I might also get Sagdal off now, actually, for De Silva. More football. Can't go wrong with that. Suspended 10-point deduction and match to be replayed. Really? I mean, admittedly, a suspended 10 points deduction is basically meaningless. Suspended anything when it comes to stuff in football is basically just like, nah, slap on the wrist, innit? Wasn't there technically suspended points deductions for the Super League shit, or was there? Actually, I don't think they even got that, did they? Everyone seems to have forgotten about that, conveniently. Uh-oh. Okay, it's a tight angle. Nice save finish. Wow. Luke Form. Or Luke Arm. Thank you very much for the follow. Okay. Hey, Leaf, how's it going? We've definitely deserved the win here. We've been massively the better side. We've been creative. Oh, God, the space, though. And this is going to be them scoring. Oh, he's missed it. I wonder who Rodrigo is. We really do need to, like, after each transfer window with the other sides now, properly take a look at them. Because the fact that they signed a next-gen guy from Iran and we didn't even notice. Another Elton John concert. Mate. You must be having a bloody lovely time. Although I imagine that there's too much Elton John you can have at some point, right? Maybe there isn't. I don't know. Novak. Oh, slip him through. Go on. Lovely first touch from Bobby. Oh, across the keeper. Oh, close one. That was not bad either. Huge fine. How much was the fine? Because that was a kind of mad incident. But I did watch a video about what's going on with the Australian stuff, and it is kind of like ridiculous what they're doing. But maybe there's a different sentiment amongst Australian fans. But it looked to me a little bit like some grade A bullshit from the Australian, well, the A-League FA or whatever, the governing body, so to speak. 2 more Elton John concerts next week. You'll love to see it. Hey, Rick. Well, it looks like we're going to beat Ferencváros, which is awesome. We deserve that. We were massively the better side. Moses Jarju was excellent, as he always is. Good. There's 1 down, 1 to go. John Morrison, Sheepskin Coat. I just need one of those microphones that you can hold right close to your face. The little lip mics. They just sound so cool. I think that puts us in a good spot. We're now 7 clear of Kishvarda, 5 clear of Ferencváros. We do play Kishvarda next, though, so it's still a tough game. And Pushkas have finally pulled themselves away from the relegation places. About damn time. Shevchenko praises decision. Well, that's nice to know, isn't it? He's on my side. Yeah, Pushkas have really struggled in this save. I feel like they can come good, but they're one of the teams I'm kind of relying on at some point, hopefully being good in Europe. Penalty controversy. To be fair, it was a terrible penalty decision, for my money. Dele Basic is still putting up really good numbers. God, look at this team. With Dele Basic, Silva, Gunnarsson, Azafefa, Yepes, Santai, Hegedouche. There's some real quality in this. And obviously you've got Janos Satmari as well, who's developing into a fine young man and an even better footballer. More suspensions. Finally a break. We actually get a week off after the Kishvarda game. Or it might even be 2 weeks off. It might be that... it doesn't look like international football. Might just be a week off. This is frizzy hair. Oh, that was his 10th... That's only his 10th league goal of the season. But how many games has he played? He's only played 13 matches in total. So he's actually only just above his XG in the league. And then Diop's... Oh, God, that's quite a long time, actually. Jockey Monster. The Újpest right back. Or right-sided player, rather. It's 20 appearances for them now. But he's another... Wasn't this a Belgian side, too? Yeah, so this is another Belgian side. He's Dutch, but it was a Belgian side that they picked him up from. Sasport... Buzinger? Great value. He's so quick. He's quick, he's agile, he's got great crossing, his dribbling is probably quite solid as well. Great determination. He's a brilliant player. And he actually ran rings around us earlier this season, did he not? I think he got 2 assists in the game against us. 2 of his 4 assists came against us. He's a very good player. Only capped at under 18 level, but I feel like there's possibly Dutch international caps in his future. Maybe. He's got a nice long contract with them. I just love that teams like Újpest are picking these guys up. And imagine being called Jockey Monster. That alone is worth extra money, surely. Just the fact that he exists. And it also means that players like Dick Monster could technically exist in the database too, so that should make us all happy. Jesus. Atalanta just got absolutely dumped. Herenveen beating Sevilla. Wow. Okay. I think we're pretty safe in our spot at the moment. I don't think we're going to get overtaken. This is Jack Doodoo, and then just Ricky. I kind of want to see if there's any other guys called Monster. Cheers, FM. No, he's the only monster in the entire game, other than that club, which is SC Monster. Don't want a bit of that. I think that's the only one. Yeah, there's a Sport Club Monster here. That's quite a cool badge, actually. It was good, Fred. It was just a fun time. I got sloshed and then we're back, you know? Let's scouting method. Okay, so To sum it up in like the TLDRiest method, basically, Belgium, usually, other nations work as well, but Belgium is the key. National team squads, non-contract players. These guys are way better than they should be. And you'll be able to find some absolute bargains and they'll all be free and want basically no money. Just to give you an idea of some of the guys that are available. And any MTK names you see in here, all of these guys, not him, these two as well, both of these guys were free transfers on non-contracts.
They are building it now.
Works for other leagues as well, or other nations, but Belgium is like the one that it works the most in. Because they have such a high youth rating, I suspect. Mr. GWC95, thank you for the follow. We're expected to win that, are we? All right. That's a new one. How do you get non-contract players? You just go... Hang on, I'll show you. So say you go... Bear in mind, the reason we know they're non-contract is because I have a view. I just changed my national team scouting view and added contract type. But you see here where it says non-contract. So if you just go to them, ask their agent, and then you can just go approach the sign. You can just have them for free. It's great. So you can just sort of approach them like that and just go, oh, we want £600 a week, ask them for a bit less, because you could there's no downside to asking them to drop their wages there, and it means it's much easier on the negotiations. In fact, he's dropped it quite a lot. £75 off? Jesus. Fair. But yeah, it's super good if you're working on a really tight budget and you can't afford to do massive amounts of scouting. This will help a lot. I'm going to do a video about it later in the week because there's some more stuff. I want to put in that Brazilian method we were looking at as well into one video, but that's going to hopefully come out the weekend because I'm going to do the recap video will be out on Thursday because that's the one I'm going to work on tomorrow. Sparky, thank you for the follow. A non-league save. I think you'll struggle to get these guys in non-league, would be my guess. This is more... The kind of teams that this will benefit are teams that are at your sort of smaller nation, but just on the precipices of being in European competitions. Like, you're in the qualifiers, but you don't make the groups type of qual. That's the sort of level, I think, where this is really useful for you. Wow, this is a lot of tired players, but we might not have a choice because we've got a nice rest after this. Bobby could start again. Kironi is not starting. There's absolutely zero chance in hell that I'm starting him. We definitely need a new centre-back in the summer, but we do have that guy from Costa Rica joining us, so that could help. Oh, Derek Osei is going to play against us today. This is another of the players that we found using this method. He's currently on loan at another club, but he is another of the players that we found. He was at Berkham Sport, and once again was picked up for free. This is the kind of quality you can get. Now, one thing I wanted to look at was to see, obviously this is a smaller range of players. Actually, it's not too bad. Still 24,000 players. If we can set up a filter that will allow us to find these even better. So, first things first, we want... Oh, what would it be? Stats, maybe? General, career, all-time appearances. Yeah, that's what I want. And then I want between the ages of 19 and 15. And then we'll have like... okay. Can you type in these? You can't. So what might be better, actually, is instead of using that, we filter to the filter. Yeah, it's too vague. Because none of them are going to... Very few of them are going to have 100 appearances. Let's just see. Sorry? There's players here with over 100 career appearances. Wait, he's got 28 career appearances. I'm just trying to work out why that's not showing up at the moment. Picked one. Oh, I picked one. You're right, I did pick one. That'll be why. So there's 23 guys. So it just allows you to go after people like this chap here. Although he's actually got... And then the next step to that would be... non-contract. One guy. Okay. Then amateur contract. No guys. But then you can adjust around it, obviously. So let's just have a look at this one dude here. He's an Egyptian. Oh, I've already looked at him, haven't I? Salama. Yeah, 103 appearances already. So hang on. If I do mouse wheel, it still goes between... Yeah, it just scrolls between the different numbers on there. So it still doesn't allow me to have more minute than that. And I can only do 100 as the max. Plus my... Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, cool. So So what I'm looking for is people that we don't know about. I mean, bloody hell. It's silly that you can't just, like, yeah. Uses not between. Wait, hang on. Why is not between? I think this one's fine. If I just set this to like 40. Okay, so that gives us 28 players. Obviously, any guys that have already got recommendations are players that we've clearly already seen. So what we're interested in is players we don't have stuff for example. So obviously the guys that are... These are Belgian guys who I've already put bids in, and that's the Norwegian chap. But there's some other dudes here. Okay, here we go. Leandro Malea. And he's Argentinian. Maybe not amazing, but it's certainly noteworthy. Look at these Belgian dudes. Dieter Michaud. Laurent Abdul. I think we might have just added an extra thing to the method, friendos. Because this will allow you to find the players when they're not in the national teams yet. Yeah, so what we're doing here, so like, we've set up a filter, basically, that shows players on non-contracts between the ages of 15 and 19 who have at least 40 senior appearances. Because the one thing all these players have in common... Look at this guy, by the way. The one thing these players have in common is a large amount of senior appearances for their clubs because they get exposed to first-team football super early. And so that's a way of filtering them out really quickly. And it also allows us to find players in these clubs that aren't even in their national team squads yet. Yeah. Oh, whenever I find a thing like this, I always just go deep because there's always better ways of doing it. And it's RuPaul Boom, which is ironic, actually, because we raided Gavin on Sunday, and this is the team he's managing. Multiple contract types. Right, I'm glad you mentioned that because that's my next step was to try and do that.
I'm the Pope.
So let's advance.
Cooper, take off the Pope hat.
Right. Yeah, I want contract type. And then full contract. Or... Oh, shit, it's the wrong one, isn't it? Because there's two contract type things. Both of them are called contract type. Where's the other one? I'm sure this is streamer blindness again. Contract status? It's under age. Is it really? Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, yeah. That's the one I'm looking for. So we want amateur and we want non-contract. Those are the... Oh, sorry. Or. There we go. So I don't think I actually added any, but just in case. Cremon! Thank you for the follow. Okay. Sick. So now that's a so that now will allow us to find pretty much everyone in that viable range. I might set this to 30 just in case, because some of them had a little bit less. That only added 2 guys, to be fair. Actually, 25 might be. No, I just want to hide once. Oh wait, no, I'd leave that like that. Smufflington and Kieran, thank you for the follows, guys, and Sassy. Wow, all the follows all of a sudden. Okay, let's just try and narrow this down a little bit more. Yeah, let's go to 25 on this. Okay, 36. That's better. And bear in mind, this is with no scouting range. So this number will be larger once we've got a scouting range. But at the moment, because of our scouting deficit and scouting debt, we can't do that. So this is going to miss out on a lot of people that aren't already kind of on the radar, potentially. So in the summer, this will actually probably have more like 100 players on it. Okay, so let's ignore these guys that have all got ratings. That means we've already looked at them. Okay, so there's a Jonas Fiele. You have 671 players. Perfect. There you go. So there's way more ways of narrowing it down. Just want to see if we missed any, which we absolutely have. Wait. What the fuck just happened? Am I being stupid? Why has their recommendations just disappeared? Wasn't it already on that? But look, there's a recommendation part of the filter. That's what we were on before, wasn't it? But why is the recommendation bit gone blank? That's weird. We'll just use this for now. I think that was just a glitch. It's just FM being FM, innit? It wouldn't let me sort by the rec column because the actual figures within the column had disappeared. Okay, moving on. Yeah, the problem is now we can't see their attributes as much. Filter? No, the filter's fine. Oh, hang on. Could you filter by scout recommend? Hang on, I've got an idea. We could have one more condition. Scouting. Oh, don't tell me. Sorry, what I was going to do is I was going to add a filter that had the scout's recommendation filtered. So if they have a scout recommendation, it would filter them out. So we wouldn't get players we'd already looked at. I mean, obviously, we can still filter them out with our brains and just using the list. But I wondered if there was a way we could actually filter that out entirely, but I don't think there is. It'd be cool if I could say, is not scouted. Oh, true. Hang on. Oh. That's annoying. So, I can't... Weirdly, they've got an is... There's no is not on that one. For some reason, they've decided that you can't specific... That's really strange. Why? I want to find players I haven't scouted, not players I have. Imagine. Imagine wanting to find players that you've not yet noticed. What kind of scout would want to see players that he hasn't found yet? By knowledge. Could be. No, the problem with that is because some of the players here, we haven't actually physically scouted them, but they still have knowledge. So that won't work. We can test it, though. Oh, hang on a minute. Wait. So maybe it does work. Hang on. You might have cracked it. I want to see if this adds any new guys on. So that's minimal because they're grey. Right, hang on. There's a way of... This is going to be a proper, like, dog shit way of doing this, I realise. But let me just turn this off for a sec. I want to count how many guys are on this list before I do it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Right, I think that's actually done it. You're right. So then if we turn it to none, that leaves us with just the 18 players. Fucking legend. Done it. There you go. So we filtered out players. This is brilliant. This is fucking brilliant. Ho, 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 ho. My view's available here. Yes, this isn't actually my view. This is Saz's view. But the ones I make, as in like these views here, which now is actually fine for us to use again. Actually, let me put the wingback one in. The reason I use the wingback one is because it has more stuff built into it. As in, you can see more attributes, which will give us a better view. Wingback attack. See what I mean? It's just got more stuff on it. So we'll have a better idea of, like, players' attributes. It'll still miss a few. We'll obviously have to take a little look. Right, before I do anything else, this right here is brilliant. If I do say so ourselves, this is brilliant. Multiple views at once. You actually cannot. No. FM does not let you import multiple views at once. So if you want those views, you want to do ! filters. You'll get a link there. Right. Before I do anything else, save current filter. Non-contract gasm. Cool. Cool. So that is a really, really targeted way of finding these exact same players. Now, obviously, it's not going to find every player because they still have to be under your scouting range. So this amount of players will be greater in the summer. It will be more likely over 100, would be my guess. But for the moment, these are players we've got a bit more... Can I just... yeah, it's annoying that we can't see their bloody nationality properly because it's hidden it. Oh, good. Actually, that's fine. Because now I can scroll it. We can get a better idea. Okay, so... let's ignore the ones we've got this on. We went down to 17 and still got 850. Wow. Okay, so there's definitely something to this then, potentially. He looks solid. There's this guy. Maybe not as good. We've got Torja Stensland. So it's a lot of Norway as well. But Norway is another good nation for this. Croatian dude here at Solin. Hugo Jakolic. Maxim Guzek. The reason I like this as well, because it saves a lot of the grunt work, potentially. So my guess would be, if you guys are getting way more players than I am in this particular thing, what are your scouting ranges set to? As in, have you got like worldwide scouting on yours? Because unfortunately, there's no way I can test it at the moment. Yeah, the Wout guy is really interesting. Yeah, so if you do have loads of players, you can sort of tweak it a little bit more. Yeah, so with the tweaking, you'll have to look at... We'll have to find some ways to narrow it down a little bit. So let's have a look at Guzek as well. Look at that. Oh. Lots of Croats in here as well. But this could just be because we have more knowledge of those nations as a default because of our scouting agreement with Liverpool. Doesn't mean there's loads of Croatians. It just means we can see the Croatians for some reason. The Skorica. Striker could be good as well. The mentals on them are actually... He's got 90 appearances. Has this delayed the Belgian kids video? Absolutely not. I can add this bit in easily to the video. I'll have to re-script it a little bit. Let's have a look at Jordan Ross. He plays for Ross County. Who's he wanted by? Chat, this is really good. This method is actually ridiculous. Why is he free? He plays for Ross County, damn it. Oh. That wage, though. Who's he wanted by? Man United. We'll have to have a look on him. Use contract excited. Maybe, yeah. The filter. So this is the filter that we're currently set up. So we've got all-time club appearances, at least 25, age between 15 and 19, contract status is non-contract or amateur, and knowledge level is at most none. So what that does is it finds all the players we haven't currently looked at. So yeah, I'm actually currently making the video at the moment, Shuba, in terms of like, I've done the script for the other bit, but this is just going to make that video way, way better. Because this is actually, to me, the real quiz. What we're doing for Fine was like the BTEC version. This is the full-on college postdoctorate version. And what I'll do with the video is I'll make this available as a download, so you could just pop it straight in as a filter, like what we've got with that Brazilian one. So he's fascinating. There's Kieran Shields here of Cove Rangers. He's not as good. We've evolved it. Yeah, I still think that the other national team scouting approach will work, but this is really good for early saves. Let's have a look at Welsh Schmitz. The Rupel Boom guy is ridiculous. It might just be that they've already got a player that's sort of like Anderlecht that plays in that role for the... Actually, he has played for the under-18s. Potentially. So he's kind of fascinating. The reason I'm not just approaching all of them right now is because there could be loads more. So that's Harriman's. He's already joining us. Abdul we already looked at, didn't we? But again, these are all free. All of these players will be free. We already looked at him. There's Noah Boga. There's a lot of Belgians again. There's this guy, Frank Sarbe. Oh, he's Danish. There you go. Yeah, that's the thing. It won't require you to look at national teams specifically. There's Sumano there too. Hey, look, a Senegalese one. Plays for the Aspire Academy. And then there's oh, we already looked at him, didn't we? So there's only 18 at the moment, but that's with my scouting network. I bet you, as you've already told me, you guys have got way, way more. I might actually still try and sign Jordan Ross. If Man United want him. Yeah, and if you wanted to look at specific national teams, you could just add an extra filter on top of this. You could just add that isn't there a filter that's like is in national team squad, and then you could do things like I won't actually adjust the filter too much, but you can do things like, oh god, what is it? International? No. There's definitely one in here. Well, club do I support? I'm a Fulham fan. We found it before, didn't we? Which one is it under? Is it in general? Fuck, where's it gone? Oh, that's it. Yeah, international, and then national team. Yes. So that is a bit annoying because it doesn't have filters for all of the national teams. So under 18s won't show up probably. Neither will B team players. So it's almost like FM hasn't updated, because basically European teams now have more squads and the African ones have been refocused. So it's only under 20 or yeah, but look, you can't do an or if it doesn't exist. So I can't do or under 18 when it. Okay, I can't or it. Or maybe we can, but I doubt you can because if it doesn't exist, you can't or it. So if I go to international, maybe I can. Never know. National team and then do or. Yeah, see, I still can't select under 18 here because it literally isn't an option. That's my point. Which is annoying. No. Ah, sorry, usual suspect. Yeah, so basically, that method is nearly good. So what's happened is basically they restructured the way that the European youth national teams work. So there's now more of them. So you get under 19s, under 18s, 20, 21, 23. Which last year was a bit more... It was only under 19 and under 21, mostly. In Africa, it's now only under 20 and B team. In parts of South America, it varies, going all the way from under 18 all the way up to under 23s, depending on the nation. Asia and North America are kind of similar as well. You have to be a bit careful. So it's not perfect. But I think with this version, you're probably okay. I don't think you actually need that one, but you could do that too. but I don't think it's like a necessity. Right, I'm going to pee break now since we've just discovered... This is amazing. Ha! Just when we thought this method couldn't get any better, here we go. Right, I'm going to pee. You get your pee break team. And Oceania's just vibes, indeed. All about New Zealand, isn't it? Frank Drew. It's not going to be Frank Drew for once. Right, back in a sec. That one was a little bit of an easier one, wasn't it? The fact that Bay got that immediately. The second one, should I need a second urination session, is much harder. Like, much, much harder. To the point where I've already forgotten who it is. Ah, right. Should we play some matches? I feel like we haven't played them. How many matches have we got to get through the rest of the stream? We've still got 6 games left, Jesus. We got to push. But I'm glad we did that. We got a rest after this. We'll just go with that lineup. Cool. We're doing excellent, Aiden. We have refined that scouting method now into one filter. And it works. Chat, is there anything else you think we could add to that to refine it more? Or is it kind of a nice, perfect equilibrium at this point, whereby any changes we made would make it less effective? And maybe the best thing we could do for it would be to allow people to adjust it themselves. I think the biggest thing you're going to want to adjust from it is probably the appearances. That would probably be... But I think that's something that you could adjust yourself. If I put up a version that's like that way that someone that doesn't want to adjust it will still get stuff. World reputation only shot based on scouting. I think so, yeah. Injury result, you've bad the league. True, yeah, I actually could. But we are very much not in a position where that could happen at the moment anyway. It's very much on the line. One for international caps. The problem is the international... Maybe, but I actually don't think that that's that effective, honestly. Although, maybe I'm saying that because we've only got like 18 players on it, whereas you lot are getting like 1,000 because you've got bigger scouting ranges than I do. So maybe it's more efficient if you've got... Oh, God. It was nice. See? Told you it was the right choice, Thomas. Yeah, Aiden. I was making the video yesterday, but this is now going to require me to rewrite some of it because I think this is far more powerful. Because it allows you to do... You know the thing we've been doing with the Belgian leagues and the amateur players? It basically allows us to refine that exact thing, but into one singular filter. Uses 3D and prefers 2D Classic. I think people like what they like, you know? I believe Foxy plays in 2D, doesn't he? I think RDF does too sometimes, doesn't he? Or all the time, maybe even. I used to be 2D only kind of guy, but when I started streaming, I realized that it was just better from a viewership standpoint to be able to have, you know, more of this. Plus, it means that when stupid shit goes wrong in the match engine and funny stuff happens, you get a way more obvious, oh, good save. You get to see it more. For example, that goal we scored earlier, where their goalkeeper came out of the box, went back into the box, then punched the ball towards his own net. Oh my god, Jamal Virginia's made a couple of really good saves here. Oh wow, they've got an interesting like corner set up. I used to have it on 2D and then 3D for the highlights itself, like for the goal highlights, like replays. But now I'm just 3D. I'm a basic bitch, and I'm fine with that. What I would say is it does feel like there's more and more of a disparity though between the 2D and the 3D in terms of what you can actually see from it, like, which is why the 3D match engine looks a bit strange at times at the moment. Oh, he's gone for it. It's a great hit. Hello, Pogs. How's it going, Pogster? The animations are definitely better in 3D now, yeah. Especially this year. Ignoring the match engine parts itself. Like, it looks nicer in a lot of places. Or Effie with a banger, maybe? No, that's lovely. He's caught them all out. Brahim. It's all the way through and he's caught it. Doesn't it look nice, Pog, eh? And there was chat slating me earlier, saying I looked like a fighter pilot. Said I was in bottom gun. And other such horrible insults. How dare you? French fires from winning, too, which is far from ideal. Oh, God. It's the problem with that tiredness. I'm hoping that we'll have enough legs in us to get over the rest of the season after this because... Oh, okay, so that was dropped. We're fine. Canadian Lumberjack. I'll take that. I'll take that. I honestly, part of me feels like I would love to have been like a park ranger. Just out in the middle of nowhere, just doing, you know? Just doing. Oh, look at this. 500 IQ. Wow, we actually scored. That right there was outrageous. It wasn't... I don't know how much this jacket... Oh, well, Pog won't say because it was a Christmas present, wasn't it? But Pog bought it for me. Pog, where did you get this? You look like you have a pig that rounds up sheep. Yeah, I do. It's me. I am the pig. Hi, it's me. I'm the pig. Look at that little touchdown from Diaz. Great touch to Novak. And what an absolutely outrageous one. Dodgy bookie at a dog track. Yeah, fair. But I'll give you great odds on Queen Mary II to win the 3 o'clock. That's a good pick out as well. Brahim Diaz. Blocked. Okay, we're back in it at least. Looking a lot better. Just wonder why you're wearing a coat inside. It's not actually a coat. It's just like a jacket. It's not actually like super thick. It's... I'll tell you, honestly, the reason I'm wearing it inside is because I really wanted to wear it and I like it. I just wanted to wear something a bit different. I just really like this jacket and I don't go out very often, so I didn't get to wear it very often. So I thought I'd wear it today. I was feeling happy this morning. That is why. And it goes really nice with my jeans. I picked these jeans and the colour of them specifically to go with this jacket. See you later, Pog. It was Dunga. I'll take that. Dunga is a very accomplished person. I dressed up for you. Yeah. Pirate DVDs for a 5. Well, you know. Maybe. Joshi jeans. All right. Bit of this. A little bit of this. This is going to make the game go funny, isn't it? A little bit of this. It's a good colour combination. Brahim Diaz has just scored, by the way. Sleeps all night and he works all day. Damn right, except for the working part. Classic football shirts vouchers. Oh, Thomas. Asking this chat to find shirts on classic football shirts is a dangerous game. But if anyone can do it, chat, we can. What's your budget? So I don't know if you remember, you may not have seen these streams from back in the day, Thomas, but basically I made a bet with chat one time whereby if we did X, Y, or Z, I would let them pick me 2 shirts to buy on classic football shirts, and they found me some absolutely gopping stuff. He never pays attention to the game. No, I think we're kind of past that now. I think what it was mostly with that, and that's fair. I agree. I feel like to a point that they're right, but it's almost a case of they are correct, but it also doesn't matter, I suppose, because like streams and YouTube series are not the same. So I think what it was is because there was no like established Let's Play on the main channel, there was sort of like people coming over to the second channel to watch the VODs based on that and sort of maybe expecting it to be the same. But the thing is, I can edit out things from series when things like if I get frustrated at the game and it's a series, I can just edit that out. because no one needs to see that. But when it's a stream, it just happens, you know. I'm a human being. The back pockets of those denims. Oh, I don't think I can show you that. I don't think Twitch will react kindly to my definite underwear reveal. Because there's no way you wouldn't see them. A date. Does it not say that? You just went full screen during a goal to show us your legs. You can't talk out of this one. You're right, I cannot. And I have no plans to. That's what you get from streams. That's what they're like. So the last time that this happened, Thomas, I ended up with a team, but I ended up with 2 shirts. One was a team in the Uruguayan 2nd division, I think it was, and the other one was a team called Palm Beach Breakers. They've got a free man at the... Oh, they've gone short again. Is it down? Wow. And nice. Good goalkeeping. There's some fun stuff on there. Plus, I'm constantly... I think we had like maybe 50 shirts that I was picking from during that stream. I can't even remember what the agreement was, because I ended up winning and getting to pick shirts myself, but I can't remember what we did. Was it bottling the league or something? Or not bottling the league, rather? Oh, has the box just been knocked down in price? Oh, down to £8.20. Might have to wait a bit more on that one. Oh, he's done him. Absolutely done him. I can't even be mad. Rodrigo Matos has just pulled off an absolutely blinding goal there. Champions League, we treated the 2nd or 3rd time. Was it really? But look at this touch from Rodrigo Matos here to cut back inside. Oh, no, it comes off the defender. Good assist from Derek Osei, I suppose. But luckily... Oh, no, French Russia are losing. This has been quite an even game. I can't really be that mad. Although I might just turn that off. Open us up a little bit. Champions League final. It might be, yeah. Oh, it was like making finals or something. Wow, Bobby's been dreadful. Brahim Diaz has at least been better today. Sagdal maybe for De Silva. Freshen up both wing backs. Let's really go for it. And maybe Novak's on a booking, so we'll get Pereira on. Wow, I forgot about Pereira. It's nice to be able to bring him in. But the gap will be back to 3 points. And the question is, who has the most wins? Given that this league is decided, weirdly, not on goal difference, but on wins. There's one back. The comeback's on. They're making it happen. What? A bit of yoga afterwards. You want to be careful. We have 90. Oh, nice. In that case, we're fine. Oof. Kapralik hurling his body at it. Although it could all change if we concede here. He must be offside. So he was offside, but instead of just being... Okay, thank God. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. He was going to be offside, but because we touched the ball, it was about to suddenly become a goal, potentially, for them. Oh, go on, Pereira. Here we go. Riviere. It's Kapralik. Adrian Kapralik for a huge goal for us, and he scored it! MTK 2. Kish... That's not the right score. That's not the right score. 8Js have an away Gaz Boys shirt. Isn't that just a complete inversion of the one I have? Also, I love how long it is. One day I'll get into that shirt. Oh. So with Fulham, Hammer, Chelsea, I won't be mad. I'll be honest, I think we have a chance. I really do. Is it Thursday we're playing? Okay, that goal right there is massive for the title race. Because that's going to give us a 5-point lead. And we've got through games against the top 2, or the top 3 rather, with 2 wins. That was a bit shaky, but we did it. And that's pretty much eliminates Kishvada from contention. We're still only 5 points clear of Ferencváros, but it looks better for us now. That's more like it. And now we get an 8-day rest. Okay, good. Finally. We don't have Mitro, true, which I think is definitely going to be a hindrance, but still. A Willian hat-trick, that'd be lovely. Willian has actually only scored, I think, 1 goal for us so far this season, but he has been terrific. He's really been rolling back the years to his Chelsea days. He's been so good. New shirt. £218. Yeah, I mean, football shirts and certain football clubs, I'm looking at you, Venezia, are taking the piss a little bit now. All right, follow up on our interest in Jordan Ross. Should we try and sign Jordan Ross? Man United will probably buy him anyway. Fringe. Oh. All right, all right. Jesus Christ. $6,000 after 20 games. You're not having $6,000 after 20 games, Liam. Liam? Jordan. That I cannot abide. I'll give you 3.3. Oh. Can I dump? any more of this in here? Just to see if it'll let me have any more on the high end. Nope. Okay. My hope is that because Man United are interested in him, we might have to just... I might just offer him more up front, you know. The promise was only for a language course. Let's try this. Yeah, I literally cannot offer you that, buddy. I don't know if you're understanding how this works. What can I offer him there? All right, fine. I'll do max on these as well if he plays. What about, hang on, higher agent fee? Sometimes they like those. Okay, buddy, you do understand that these are not things I can actually offer you, friendo. 100k signing off you. I don't think I can afford that. 60k? Oh, for crying out loud, buddy. Relegation release clause. Oh, I just deleted a clause that I wanted. Shit. Remove and exclude doesn't work. Like, every time we have a contract negotiation, someone will say that. And then all that does is basically say, congratulations, you've now got redded out and you can't contact the player again. That's all that does. Relegation release clause. That's all maxed out. That's not maxed out. Sell on fee, maybe, yeah. That could work. What's the score, Matt? Okay. He better be worth it. But yeah, if you're in a situation like that where they're already going orange and you then try to remove and exclude 3 clauses, that's basically just a guaranteed way of ending the contract negotiation there and then. It just doesn't work as well as people claim it does. In fact, I don't know why people always say that. If you've got like one clause that you're trying to get rid of and you've got loads of leeway with what to actually offer them, then by all means, just crack on. And I normally do that, but in those situations, you can't do that because you will just immediately lose your contract negotiations. He's going to go to Man United anyway, to be fair. No, seriously, Venezia, for me, just like... I don't even think their kits are that nice anymore either. That, and it feels like they do more fashion stuff than they actually do football. Yeah, Fehovar have kind of, fucked it, I guess. Oh, now I've got some yoga. Yoga? Hello? My button for yoga's not working. The hell? My stream deck is frozen. My stream deck's frozen. I can't change the page or anything. What's going on? Oh, it's crashed entirely. The actual app in the background has crashed. Stream deck? That's... what the fuck? The whole thing crashed in the background. It's still not... is it even working properly at the moment? Can't even get the right bloody menu. Well, Stream Deck's working again. So that was actually me triggering that, but only because the Emmett Doran button is in the same position on a different page as the Hulk Yoga is. But because when it came back, it was flittering through pages, and I tried to press it, and it just pressed Emmett. Because of course it fucking did. Right, does this work now? There we go. Magic. How do you bookmark on the skin? You just go to any page you want and then just hit Control D, I think. That's like the quick way to do it. I'm going to be doing a bit of Diet Coke yoga. And it always comes into our lives when we need him most, right? It's just what you come to expect from it. Greenback Mountain. It's just a mountain made of money. Lovely. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what happened with Stream Deck there, but it does appear to be working again now. The whole thing just crashed in the background. Can I actually get off this page now? Yes, okay, good. We're back. Baron Greenback Mountain. Exactly. Get that in there. Okay, good. At least these games are now a bit further apart. Let's chop down the words. You're damn right I did. I'm a lumberjack, me, and I am okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about him. I'll leave that for now. Scouting update. This will be fun. Lots of players we can't do anything with. Other than him. Yeah. Oh, it's the Surinamese dude, isn't it? Different one. Does the ED7 thing make the lights change? Yes, it does. They pulse with the music. So it pulses on the beat of the song to the white and blue lights in the background. You'd be amazed at how long that took to program. Because it doesn't let you just type in the exact millisecond intervals. You have to use its silly little sliders, and obviously they're not particularly accurate. So I had to like dick about with it for ages to get it to flash in the right timing. Be cool when I get my new lights as well for the upward stuff, because then the ceiling lights will go as well. But they haven't got back in stock the Yi light bulbs. It was different when it was treaty. Yeah, with treaty it was red. So I just changed the blue to red on that one, to be fair. That wasn't that difficult, actually. That was the easy part. So Liverpool beat Manchester City, and Manchester United knock out Real Madrid on penalties in the Champions League.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted
Marinus FM, thank you for the follow. Sat there yourself blasting it over and over again. Yeah, it took me at least 35-40 minutes, I would say, to get it timed correctly so that it actually hit the light changes on the beat. Now, whether that actually comes across on stream... Oh, no, it should do, because... Yeah, it's hard to say. And it was like the evening as well. Could have been a stream. What, just me trying to program lights? Your filter found this guy? Oh, nice. It's really good at finding centre backs, I feel like. Solid physicals. Great. The mentals on these guys are always so good as well. The temp poles are brilliant. Seriously, keep sending... If you find any players using this new setup, let me know. I'm so excited about this. I feel like this... Oh. Run-ins. They're pretty matched, actually. We play both of... We play Zalagaseg and Diosdori. And we play Mezhkovest as well. So, actually, our run-in's pretty based. Like... That, maybe not. Actually, they play 7th, 8th, 9th, 11th, and 12th. Their running is easier than ours, but we're both fairly easy. Now that we've got out of the games against the top teams, we're all right. Oh, thank God it's a Spria. I thought it was I thought it was Kapralik. Yeah, test it out. Like, I think it's going to be... Hopefully it helps a few people, right? I certainly think it's going to make that video way more worthwhile. And oh my God, Jordan Ross is actually signing for us. I thought Man United were going to pick him up. Watch him be like crap now, but he's got... Oh, watch him have like 7 finishing. Composure's very good, though. Okay, apparently we get... You found another one. How's it going, Dan? Christopher Duhart. Look at this. Look at the state of him. Oh, this is delightful. Right, once he's in... 12 finishing, 13 to 16 composure, 11... Oh, if nothing else, he's a sale. You know? I'm good, man. To be honest, I wouldn't mind selling him, honestly. But yeah, that filter has made this approach a lot easier. Until June. Maybe. That might be what it is, actually, yeah. I'm curious to know what Ross's, like, potential and stuff is going to be like. 70 heading, 9 jumping reach. Yeah, he reminds me a lot of... Oh, God, what was that player we had that had mad jumping reach? Mad heading ability, but no jumping reach. Weekend in Newcastle. God. Just buying loads of, like, black tar heroin. Vosterek was a bit like that, true. I think we've definitely overpaid on him. Ferenc Varos win again. Okay. But I think he'll have value, if nothing else. I'll wait for Thursday. Yeah, he'll come in on Thursday, along with about 12 other guys. I think we've already signed up 12 players for Thursday. These right here, all of them, 12 players, join us on Thursday, all on free transfers. And are frozen. Because it was just going a little bit too well. Things were just going a little bit too well today. Well, we'll go back for those guys in the summer. I want to see what our wage budget's going to look like first before we overdo it, particularly now that we've just dumped like $3,000 a week on him. And I honestly regret him a little bit. But if nothing else, we should be able to sell him. Datty grin. Right. My assistant's starting to prefer Riviere to Bobby. They are both considered 3 stars, but I think for now I still trust... my trust is in Bob. I've got so many... Is Axelson set to be available for those games? Just so he gets more game time. Same with likes of Merler and even Björnesoy. I want them to be available to me, but I also want them to be available for them. Winger with really high flair. You mean Yakubu Yaboa? He's still here. He's developing nicely. Oh, okay, that's more like it. He's got more familiarity with the right side now. Yep, look, he's actually got stars there. I might start him, actually. Just for you. Just because he's fun. He's a fun player to have around the team because he does mad shit sometimes. I'm really, really, really excited to see what happens when our scouting budget's back. Because I found 18 players with no scouting budget. You guys with the World Scouting were finding 800 players. Which means we'll obviously have to tweak a little bit. See you later, Gully. To be fair, one of the problems we might have when we find more players is we might find a lot of really bad players too. And it's going to be tough to filter them out because some of them will have quite a lot of appearances and you might find some really good ones might have a few less appearances too. And that means we're mostly going to find 18-year-olds and older probably because in order to get that number of appearances, they have to have been at the club for a little while. So it's definitely a different method, but I think it's going to suit us down to the ground up until we can do our proper scouting method. Oh yeah, there's massive stinkers in the filter, but I think high PA but low CA players. If anything, it will give high CA, low PA players, which is actually what it's going to find. Because the reason they'll have high CA, because they're playing so much, so they're going to develop really fast. Because if they've got like 70 senior appearances under their belt by the time they're like 18 years old, that's why their physicals and their mentals are so good. That's why their technicals are the thing that's lagging behind them. It seems anyway. But they seem to be massively physically developed, and certainly a lot of them seem to be really good on mentals. A good cut-out faceback. Oh, I don't know. I don't use cut-out Facebooks. Facebooks? I don't use cut-out Facebooks either. No North Koreans. There are a lot of non-contract North Koreans. Would you believe it? Player development is still secretly broken. Well, I mean, it is interesting that they all seem to be slightly worse. Like, if you look at them as 3 different columns, being technical, mentals, and physicals, all of them are more developed in their mentals and their physicals than they are technicals. Like, way more developed. As Yaboa scores. There he is. Yakubu Yaboa. Doing things. I'm glad we put him in the team. Now he's already gone and grabbed a goal. It's nice work, though, the way that he gets the ball here, drops it off, and then just makes this lovely little run back inside. Receives it. Just straight into his path. Brilliant first-time finish. Shouts to a match. So the logic I use is the following. If it's a draw, I use encourage. If I'm 2 goals to the good, I use praise. And that's it. Literally. That's it. Is that a penalty? If they move clubs. Exactly. Yes, that's the beautiful thing about using total appearances. Because you'll notice some of them have moved from one non-league side to another. No penalty. I didn't actually see the penalty decision, to be fair. There was me focusing. Or lack thereof focusing. Less stickers on those. True. And the first time you do it, as with any of these methods, you're going to find more. I like that as well, Dan. It's like... that is a penalty. You yell for ages, and then they just sort of stand there in silence. Just waiting for the next... I think it's every 10 minutes, isn't it? Or like 10 or 12 minutes, usually, is when I try to get it. I honestly don't believe that they actually make any difference. I'm not even sure they're connected to anything underneath. Part of me feels like the shouts are just... Simply all it does is change the colour of some things on the screen. I would not be surprised if it didn't have any effect on the game. But you'd have to be difficult to test that, wouldn't it? Actually, it wouldn't be that difficult to test, I suppose. But the data would be hard to sort of believe. I think when it does Kermraid, when it overflows beyond 100, I think it has the same effect as acknowledging. So it will acknowledge the oldest reports in there, I believe. I think it does because the body language changes, but then I guess that would lead us to the next question is, does the body language matter? Oh, I nearly thrashed my arms there. We do want to be doing that. Hey, Danny. We're excellent, my friend. We spent a good hour of the stream working on a new scouting method that I think we've not perfected, but we've certainly refined. Not a single thing about winning the league. Great. Is it one of those things where because it doesn't think you've won the league, like I've noticed that sometimes when you win the league, it like doesn't think you have for some reason. That's 3-0. Said the streamer definitely paying attention. This is looking good for us. We've still got a cup final, remember, today as well. Would be quite nice to do that too. Although, no matter who wins it, it's actually fine because it means that Ferencváros, just in case they were to absolutely balls it up now, would still get European football. Is that going to be another penalty? Set piece tactics. At the moment, we're actually using rotations. So we've got a near post corner and a far post corner, and we've got them rotating. That is a good point. Another no penalty. There's been 2 penalties not given in this game already. Which is, yeah. Though this looks like it might end up being a goal anyway, though. Because our goalkeeper's a bit too far over. Oh, close one. We're going to be champs too. It looks like it. Yeah, we're 5 points clear with 4 matches to go. We've got a pretty favourable run-in by comparison as Jarju over the bar. It does also seem weird that you can't encourage your players even when you're winning. It's like, surely they could still be useful with a bit of encouragement. I'm sure they would appreciate that. Bobby's been trash. Trash again. Maybe it is time for Riviere. The Rivière-lution, as it will henceforth be known, if I can remember to say that. I might get Brahim Diaz again. He's actually kind of struggled the second half of the season. In competition, 12 subs. So you can have quite a large bench, but you can only use 5 of them, obviously. But it does appear that, yeah, we can have a 12-man bench, which is really nice because it gives you flexibility. Oh, I thought the keeper was going to do some mad shit there. Hungary's fun. I would recommend it as a save. Hungary is really fun. The lack of squad rules. The second tier's got 38 matches. It's really cool. Good youth players. Completely refined game ref from 21.3. I mean, I don't know, honestly. I think they can't afford FM24 to not have an enormous step in the right direction because of this year's disappointment. I feel like that sentiment has never been greater. I think it would be a concern. Radulic again. Oh, it's a great header and it's off the bar instead. Another absolute monster. Oh, yeah, you're right. It'll be the same game, but they'll just be like, but women's football. I'll be like, yeah, but it's basically just a database add-on, isn't it? It's not exactly the same as that, but in the grand scheme of things, it will have the same effect. I really hope that they introduce it the right way as well. So, Pakshi, wow, they won again. It looks like Pakshi are going to be in Europe next year, which is kind of annoying, but they've done well this season. It's the Regan Booty effect. Good work from Moses again. And Dye's going to be suspended. Yeah, we're down to 1 game a week now, which is nice. So we should be okay now. I think we could probably go and win the rest of our games this year. Now that we have less fixtures to worry about. Worst discipline. Wait, what? 90 yellow cards and 2 reds. Okay. I think we've just beaten our own record as well. Ooh, Ciobanu. Oh, yeah, this was another guy from that method. This is Ovidiu Ciobanu. I mean, you can clearly see how well his physicals and mentals are developed compared to his technical ability. It's actually kind of stark now that you look at it. But, yeah, he's ridiculous as well. I think he will end up declaring for Romania because he has got Romanian second nationality and a Romanian name. The league the right way. Oh, I don't think we've actually won the league yet. We're only 5 clear. The loan farm's getting there. We're up to 31. Wow, that's actually quite a lot. But you'll notice that we're starting to get some of these types of players out on loan now. It's starting to progress a little bit more now. Because there's also a lot of trash out on loan that's just like players that needed loans. Other than Regan Booty, who's had a worldie again. And obviously Endrick out on loan too. But now that we're bringing in like 12 new guys in the summer as well, it's gonna, and plus whoever else we sign in the summer as well. Honvid still unbeaten. Good question. The moment they won the league, they've started effing it up. Swap between managing men's and women's teams. I would hope so, yeah. That would be, if you couldn't, that would be absolutely mental. I think if they introduced it in a way that meant that you had to choose at the start of a save, no one would use it. Unless, because that's not how you want it to implement it, is it? I don't think they could possibly implement it like that. Passing technique. Yeah, it's interesting. So, the moment that they lost... Yeah, they've now lost 2. I think they've lost 2 in a row. Let's just have a look at their fixtures. Yeah, so they won the league here after the jury game. Then immediately went out and lost. Then they still beat Szeged. But then they lost to Spartacus. Damn it, I was hoping they were going to do an unbeaten season. They've got Hakim Ziyech, for God's sake. What's he been doing in these games other than clearly not playing? Oh, he played in that game and he got 8.4 against Szeged and actually scored the penalty. In active leagues. Bear in mind, these players are on loan in active leagues because they're in the second tier of Hungary, most of them, and that is an active league. But I believe there is a slight, like, nerfing because of it, unfortunately, yeah. How's he got on? What's he up to so far? 2 goals, 2 assists. I mean, they are only paying £600 a week, in fairness, so I don't... They're getting their money's worth, right? They've won the league. Man's won a title. Well, what does he want? Oh, that's nice. Well, I'd like to think it would be a case of they're just like any other teams, right? No. Yeah, that would be kind of interesting, but I feel like... put it this way, I wouldn't actively choose to do a save specifically to do women's football. It would be the cool sort of thing that I would love to do as part of a journeyman save. That's, I think, where it would be really fun for me. Did nothing but a yellow card. That's what you need. He's there for the vibes. Like I said on the weekend, no prep, just paninis. Axelson can now play on the right. Oh, lordy lord. Yes, he can. Yes, he damn well can. Frank, you... Not a flattering picture, poor lad, but still. And then Tenure as well. Wait, and his new position? Oh, yeah, we were making sure he was comfortable. Look at the state of Tenure as well. Oh. It definitely has got much better, Danny, yeah. It's... One of the things we've noticed about this save in general is it's working way more like it should do. So, to be fair, if they have changed anything in the background that's made that work, then great. But part of me wonders if it is just to do with the transfer preferences that Hungary have got set, which is none. Which is not something we changed, that's just how it actually is. So I'm not sure if it's to do with changes to the game. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that it might be. This is really nice news. Our right back spot is looking tasty. How are we doing training-wise? Anyone being a bit of a silly billy? Musu, standard. Ah, dear. Hey, did he? How's it going? Because swap between... Yeah, it's weird that the use of the word swap, though, because that does imply an element of separation. Because to me, I would like it if they just existed in the same database without any kind of weird... I'm curious to see how it's implemented. Like, surely it just has to be put in like almost like a data update, right? But there's almost going to be... I guarantee there will be some way to break it where you can sign, like, women's players for the men's teams, and they'll be, like, unbelievable. Let's start Riviere. Fuck it. The assistant's up for it. Bobby's been struggling a bit in front of goal lately, and Riviere does provide assists when he plays, too, which Bobby doesn't. I think Bobby's got a single assist this season, actually, to his name. No. A lot of goals, to be fair. Yeah, I hope it's not like that. They don't want... Basically, if they want it to be a success, you want as little barrier to it as possible. You want to make it as easy as possible for the player to access and use it, because... Like, it's the same with web design when it comes to things like sales funnels. You want the person to have to do as little as possible to get to the checkout, basically. Oh, we forgot there was Xavier Simons. Catherine Havertz over Kai Havertz. Who's Catherine Havertz? I'm genuinely curious. Is that like his sister? Is she a professional footballer? Oh, the Peruvian dude. No, he was called Deborah, which I think is even better than Brenda. Yeah, they have to rework some of the stuff, but what I mean by that is that I mean that it should look like a data update. I don't mean that it should function like one. Obviously, it can't function like one. I mean that it should have the air as if nothing really changes, but you can now play with the women's teams. That's what I feel like I would like it to feel like. Kylie and Mbappe. I'm sure at least some of you will have seen those random TikToks where it's just like British, like men's teams, but like as women because they've used that filter on them. Yeah, we can finally get Holly up front for Blue Star next year. It'll be perfect. Throw the. I don't know what's in the bottle, Jason. Could be perfume. Eileen St. Maxi woman. I just like Eileen. Beautiful. Oh, Leah. Are we actually? Is she actually a footballer? Oh, he's open. Bonnie van der Beek. It's perfect. Go on, Sagdal. Drip it across. And Novak. Oh, what a save. And then he's just absolutely murked him and somehow he's still on his feet. And then another one. They're an aggressive bunch. Davina Nunez. Emma Doran. Back up the club. Possibly. Depends on what the installments are, Kaka. It depends on how quickly you've got to pay them. Good save. Oh, what are we saying? Is this one of your shirt options? India away shirt. Okay, I'm liking the sound of that. Oh, okay. It's very orange. And I'm here for it. And $24.99. Can't really say it fairer than that. Lots of size options. Big fan. Paula Mercer. I wonder if there's going to be some way that the naming conventions could leak over into the men's databases, and that would be very fun. I'd be well up for that. Charge you from a distance, cleared. Go on, Riviere. Show me your quality. He could end up being our starting striker next year if it carries on like this. I do wonder if maybe Bobby gone in the summer for a good transfer fee could help us get out of financial problems as well. I feel like we're going to have to lose someone. Sagdal. Brahim! There he is. 6th goal of the season for Brahim Diaz. What a guy. Oh, God, Dick. That'd be great. Like Dick Whittington. Actually, I found a player called Dick Whittington when I was doing a test in a test database not that long ago. It was incredible. Actually, his name was Dick Whittington. Oh. Okay, that's good. You won't get a woman no Fatima cake. Oh, you never know. For your Fatorna cake or Fatima cake. Yeah, true, because you get like female physios and stuff, can't you? And other female members of staff. Because I think we've got like a female press officer in this club. Or was it a treaty we did? No, we've got a female press officer in this save, I think. You wouldn't know Dick Whittington goes to another save. Keep going. Eric, well, yeah, because Horny is, I believe, it's either Slovak or Slovenian. You get players with that as a surname. That's just, I mean, Paslak's just hauled down Enrique Pereira, so they're down to 10. Fehevar's good season of European football is coming very much to an end, and they won't be back in it next year at this rate. You could get a gurgly cock, it's true. Or a burnt dick, like that one that Tom put in the Discord. So if you're a VIP, I think you might have had it gifted to you, Dan, a while ago, potentially. But thanks for noticing. I'm glad you pay attention. Perfection. Casemiro. Paslak's not had a good game there, has he? Come, we're up against 10 men. We should win this easily now. Oh, speaking of Vips. Winifred Zaha. You could always have Wilhelmina Zaha, maybe? Vip. Aiden? Oh, with a G. Can't forget that. 1995. Hopefully that works. Yeah, well, that didn't work, did it? It's gone well. I think it must have been a space before it. Try that again. There we... Unable to add VIP. Oh, for fuck's sake, Matt. Are you lacking brain cells? Right. Try again. Aiden G. 1995. There we... Oh, it says he's already a VIP. Wait. The first one worked, but it just still went in chat for some reason. The command actually worked the first time. It just didn't... It just, for some reason, just showed up in chat as text as well. Of course it did. Yeboah. Maybe De Silva. He's on a yellow. Wow, De Silva's got a higher current ability now than Sagdal. We're all VIPs. I actually can do exclamation mark. No, I can do dash VIPs and it will give me a list of them. I think. I don't know how where that list appears. Oh, Lord. Well, any mods that are in chat right now will have just seen an enormous list of the VIPs just fill up the chat. That's quite a lot of them. half the screen. Come on, Brahim, you gotta score that. Roy Hogg's daughter. Hogg's daughter? You actually haven't done any gambling in a while, actually. Another 50k. You're getting there, Mando. You're getting there. You just... The key to being a VIP is to not spend it on Harold Bishop Ultras. Viking was saying the other day, when I was talking to him, he's like, yeah, I want to save up for a Harold Bishop Ultras, but I just keep looking up Michael Beckham. I can't stop myself. See you later, Dan. Oh, your bow was in again. Go on, Tony. Oh, damn it. Right, I suppose. Don't forget, we've got Gavin Alvin Galvin as our under-19 manager. Considering we've been playing 10 men since the first half, we've kind of been a bit mid in this game, but I guess the win's a win. Just a couple more wins required, and then we'll get our second consecutive title. It was looking kind of dodgy at times, though, because we did not start this season well. I think we only won, like, one of our first 5 league matches. Oh, Novak, go on. 2-0. Drop it across for someone. Oh, no. Why would you do that when you can just shoot? This is the last time. I'm thinking it was a VOD. Did I sound extra VOD-like to you, Slugs? Is that what it was? Did I just have, like, a VOD-y kind of voice? Go on, Moses. Oh, and it's Bobby Abduholikov, and he's offside, probably. Back-to-back Harolds. I mean, is there I think there's a limit to the number of Harolds that can be triggered in one. I know it's permanent. And that's offside. Mine's just gone. Okay. Good news. French Forest are actually putting up some quite big scorelines towards the end of this season. It's hopefully all going to be for Nord, but I love how he was just standing there facing the wrong direction. Who was that? Novak, come on, buddy. Oh, God. Oh, please, not an equaliser. Not against 10 men. Right, goalkeeper, you're right there. Oh, what? Oh, God. Oh, my Lord. I spat on my mic. That was outrageous. The defending. Firstly, the goalkeeper being weird, but the fact that he actually managed to clear that on the line. I believe it was Flavian Moores that cleared that off the line. That is a match-winning tackle. Watch us concede from the corner. Oh.
What the f was that?
Update. We're still playing. And it's headed away. It could potentially be a title-winning tackle. And there it is. That's the end. We've managed to get the win in the end. Jesus Christ. You can't see because my head is in the way. It was worth quite a large amount of XG, that chance for them at the very death there. But we got the win. Just about. And we're still not champions. But we're getting there. We're much closer. Yeah, Passlack got sent off in the first half for pulling back Herrera. After he went through on goal. Pereira. Not... I got my letters mixed up. Oh, God. So both Moores and Diaz are out, but Moores did the job. Xmas quiz again? God, Xmas quiz was fun. You know, chat, we should do that. This is one of the other reasons I think I've got ADHD. Because I think, like, if I didn't, we'd have had merch by now. We'd have been quizzing every month. There'd be loads more nighttime streams. I'd respond to DMs faster. Oh, I need to get medicated, damn it. Okay, so the board are delighted. They're delighted. Hang on, wait. Oh, that's the supporters and the board. 1 year ahead of schedule to qualify. We won the league last year, you melons. Ferrero Rocher, that's the one. You got Mudryk at Pushkas. Yeah, it's they've definitely changed some stuff. They must have done. New contract. He's only just got a new contract. And Pakshi draw against Kishvada, but that's still a good result for them. SLC Brandon Mankini. Yeah, it's just got my face where the cock should be. Let's be honest, it's still a cock. Actually, I might leave that one so we get the big match prep. Daily 20... I'm going to do daily 27-hour stream. You know, all of it. Everywhere. The rules, to be fair, Daniel, the rules are kind of whatever you like. There's less rules per se, more just targets. Like, the aim is to try to get top of the coefficient chart with the league that you're choosing. So, in this case, Hungary. But I don't really have any rules for the save. Like, other than I don't sign players from other Hungarian sides, because that way they get weaker. But I wouldn't say there are any rules, really. Okay. Honvi lost again? No, they won. They've managed to pull their asses out of gear. Collected now for anti-tours. I don't know, but I've been seeing a lot of anti-tours on TikTok lately, usually accompanied with that sound that goes, I would do it for you, which is both annoying and charming at the same time. And obviously Borzois too, which are just, you know, quality hose goats. So it's Liverpool Man United in the Champions League semi, and then Barca Arsenal in the other one. Wow. England continues to be OP. Rule of leagues. Oh, of leagues. That's just the thing you're going to have to look up yourself, right? The problem is as well, some of the stuff doesn't appear until you actually are loaded into a save in that league. Because when I look through some of the rules, you'll notice that when you go to the rules page in certain leagues, there'll be stuff in here, and then you'll go to the actual, like, a save in a club in that league, and you'll find there's extra stuff sometimes that you just don't notice. Like in Northern Ireland, you look at the league rules and go, shit, that's really strict, and then you realise that actually a lot of the players don't have to be registered. So the charity thing was all going to be about when we move, and technically that still hasn't happened. Not even technically, it literally hasn't happened. Because I would like to do that for Mind. But I think that's, from what I can see in all the research, a lot on a plate when actually mentioned the default. Yeah, no, this is the thing. I was talking to Millie about this, and one of the things I said to Millie was I'd been putting off asking him for the information, and then I realised that that in itself was also a reason why I needed to be going to get checked for this sort of stuff. There's all sorts of things I do that I didn't. Oh, thank God for that. Oh yeah, so yeah, we can see that we've got a female press officer with a triangle head, but that's fine. Oh, please, Philippe. Yeah. I definitely do need to find a way to do it, even if I have to go private, just to get something sorted, because I feel like it's been plaguing me for my entire life. I was one of those people in school that if I was interested in something, I could apply myself. I was like, could have been a straight A student, but I could never focus, never, on anything. It makes it really tough to work, honestly. Sitting on a micro for months, I feel like I should. Natty, I'll tell you what, I'll do it if you will. How bad are the regen faces going to be? Oh my life, yes. There's going to be so many cheekbones. Get measured. So this is the thing. The problem is my local doctors I've not had the best time with them. For example, that time when I was struggling, I was really unwell, and I was very anxious about it. And the doctor said to me, have you tried not worrying? And then Nickelback's Hero played in the background and just walked out the room. They've been very unhelpful for me over the years. But, yeah. Not worth the benefits. So apparently, Jeff, it just depends heavily on the person, right? That'd be good as well, Harv, actually, yeah. Getting, like, multiple... the entire NHS clapped! They were banging their pots and pans. Weren't they the one that made Pog your carer? Oh, yeah, so just if you're new to my streams, or newish over the last sort of year, you'll have heard chat refer to Pog as my carer. And you might think, oh, that's just because she looks after Matt and it's a bit of a joke. Right, no. So what happened was, for some reason, there was a mix-up in the paperwork at our local doctors when Pog moved in, right? This was like 6-7 years ago. And instead of having her down as the job that she did, there was a mix-up with someone else's paperwork, and they had Pog down as a carer for me. This was a real thing that happened. Oh, dear. Change local GPs? No. Unfortunately, not where I live in, like, buttfuck nowhere, unfortunately. It's probably, sure, mixed up. This is the problem. Dr. Pog. The Dr. Pog was... How's it even flagged up? Basically, Pog went for a medical thing for something or whatever, and they asked her if she was still a carer. And she was like, what? And then it went from there, and then she found out what happened. Basically. But, yeah, either that or that's just what Pog's been telling me this entire time. And when she slips her pills into my drinks and I don't notice, I'm being roofied, chat help. Tax office is going to ruin me. No, I'm good boy. I pay tax. Too much. Wasn't it COVID vaccinations? No, I don't think it was. Might have been. Because that wasn't done at the doctors. I don't think it was that. GP saw you on stream and diagnosed you. Oh. Temperance Health is a good shot. Well, so Millie's recommended me I can't remember what it was. I can't remember the name of the people. It was Clinical Partners, but that was to go private. Almost over. Yeah, we've got 3 league games, and we've also got a cup match as well. But I think I just need to... My biggest worry about seeing doctors, especially when it comes to things like... because essentially it is essentially a mental health issue in that it obviously does present with physical symptoms, but it's still more on that side. It's a psychiatric, I suppose, thing. Maybe? I don't know. Is that I'm just worried that... I worry that they won't believe... It sounds stupid that I worry that they won't believe me, but that's the sort of way that I've gone. Basically, I've had some terrible experiences with them in the past where they've... basically just ignored a lot of things and diagnosed other stuff. One time Pog went for a bit of irritation on her face and they tried to say she had scabies. Then she went to the pharmacist and he's like, oh no, it's rosacea, here's some cream. What? If stream suggests going private, can he put it down as a business expense? Good question. No. Stewie, maybe? Enlighten us. Doc Pog and Cider Man. I mean, we've got side effects in chat sometimes. I don't really drink cider these days. Chat were asking if I could write off private medical care as as a tax write-off. As our resident tax advisor, we were hoping you would have some expertise here. No, I think it's I don't know. Like, because the thing is with ADHD and stuff like that, there's so many different symptoms, and I always worry that I'm feeling like, oh yeah, but it's one of those things where I feel like anyone could be diagnosed with this or that or the other because they have like 1 or 2 things. But I think there's a lot of things I do that maybe are... So you won't see this a lot of the time because you rarely ever see my hands, but I'm furiously masturbating the entire stream. No, even things like that. I can't finish one thought without another thought taking over. It's like... But I tend to tap my fingers and like... a lot. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I just... like, the bear book that's under my desk, chat. This isn't dust. Like... Oh. This is part of the problem. I just cannot... I can't focus properly. I can focus for maybe 15 minutes at a time when I'm like working. So yesterday when I was writing a script, I literally had to basically go, right, you're going to now sit here for 20 minutes and you're going to focus. I put on Hans Zimmer in the background, zoned out, and I managed to get a script done. But you could disclose what you dress up for the rest of the week or it would be surprised. I mean, we'll see, right? What'd you fancy, Chew? And is it me? We'll do pump fists. Do a bit of that. A bit of that. Oh, it's Christmas time. And I realised that not doing or not finishing them. I mean, yeah, it's just so difficult because I keep getting ideas and like I'll start and I'm actually amazed I'm able to be as successful as I am in my career, genuinely. And then I also think to myself, God, imagine what you could be doing and how good you could be at this if you were actually able to apply yourself. But then would it be the same streams if I could finish the thought? But what it would also prevent, if I could get this sorted properly, would be that if someone asked me a question in chat, I'd be able to answer it without answering another question by someone else in chat 2 seconds later in the middle of the sentence. It's endearing chaos, of course, but I feel like it wouldn't lose me. It would just be... I can't relax. What a fucking strike. Like, I literally can't relax. At night, I'll be sat there going, oh, I could be doing this, I could be doing that. Same training, yeah. Average person can focus for 18 minutes and 37 seconds. Well, finally something I'm not averaging. Little box nurse in it, yeah. And my nationality. See, this is the thing. I speak so fast and so erratically that you can't even tell my nationality. I could then turn around and be like, actually, brother, I am from Vanuatu. No, I'm English. No, if I wish to answer. It's a secret. I prefer not to say. But no, I'm English. Well, English, Scottish. Your brain is racing at night. Yeah, literally. I'll tell you what, right? Genuinely, this is an example of this. Can you relate, Millie, right? This was last night. Pog and I was watching this NASCAR series called Race to the Championship. The final episodes were out, and I was able to watch it on Cloudstream last night. It was like midnight. And I was like, right, I'm going to read a bit of Mistborn and then go to sleep. So I roll over to go to sleep. And I look over at my phone, and there's a message from Luke in my group chat. And it was just some, like, cool little thing he'd found on YouTube with some cool advice. And then I was just sat there, laying in bed for the next, like, half an hour, just going, oh, how can I apply this here? And then if I did this with that video, and then I did this with that, and it was like 2 in the morning by the time I actually fell asleep. Yeah. So big shout out for that. It's not Luke's fault, because he doesn't. That's actually so eerily correct. Exercise help. I have not. I mean, exercise does help because exercise is good for you, but I don't think it helps with that specifically. As in, I used to be quite a good runner. I'm going to try and get back into that, and I don't think that noticed much change with that. You feel better mentally, but yeah. Dr. Ruthis is in the shower. Jesus. Yeah, it's But how are you feeling these days, Millie? Hopefully you're feeling better. It seemed like you were certainly noticing good progress. But I'm just willing to try anything at this point. ADHD gang, yeah. I don't know, but I think there's so many different ways. Like, there's a lot of I do a lot of nervous movement and like it's the tapping thing that you won't notice it on stream because that's why I have the fidget spinner. Although I think this is less to do with the ADHD thing, probably more to do with the vaping. Where's my Asperger's? Well, a friend of mine has Asperger's. I haven't actually seen him in years, but you could barely even tell with him. The only time you'd notice is that he would take things really literally, and that was the only sort of noticeable thing that we, anyway, as like school kids would notice. Where my tiny cock's at? Woohoo! How do we get Brahim Diaz? So basically, he was released by Real Madrid in the summer of 2025. So start season 4, and he then was without a club for 6 months. We then brought in a load of random trialees in January to try to get them to be picked up by other Hungarian sides without really focusing on who was actually in the bunch of players. This is going to be a goal. And then we realised that he would actually sign for us and he would accept a wage that wasn't unreasonable. So we just decided to pick him up on the memes. Him masking. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not super clued up on it. I believe it. Well, yeah, because it is a spectrum after all, isn't it? You know. One of the things I used to do as a kid, when I got excited, I say as a kid, way older than I should have been. So like into like double-digit age, I would like my mum would refer to it as flapping my wings. If I got excited about something, it's hard to explain without like actually showing you. So I would basically stand there, like, hey, you can see my jeans again now. I'd stand there like this, like a bird trying to take off, basically. No, not fapping my wings. We're on a different. Why do I even bother with you, like? Why do I even fucking bother? Did you not hear what I said? I said flapping my wings. God damn it, Usual Suspects. Yeah, I've heard that referred to as a stim, but it was like, ignore the gut there. It was like that kind of thing, and it was like an excitement thing, I suppose. Now, as an adult, yeah, tippy toes too. See, Dean remembers. Wrong one. Yeah, we're 2 blokes behind you. He did that. Did I really? Oh yeah. See what I mean? I can remember how it was, and I was able to channel that then when I became an adult. Oh, thank you, HC. See, loving the jacket vibes today. Also, I did get your DM. It's cool, man. Right, slow down. Think about it. Yeah, Natty Natkin. It's probably part of the reason. To give you an idea, I don't know if any of you guys ever went to law school. I know it's a weird question to ask, but in the UK, you have to do something called a moot, which is basically like a mock trial. Not really a mock trial. It's like a mock presentation of a trial. I once tried to prepare for a moot on the morning of and winged the fuck out of it. Is it any wonder I did not make it through university? But yeah, so I stopped doing the whole flapping my wings thing, or fapping my wings, if you have. As I grew into my sort of young adolescence and teenage years. because obviously of social ridicule. So people would notice it and be like, what the fuck's he doing, basically? And then I was able to sort of channel that same nervous energy into like tapping on things and stuff and doing this weird thing with my fingers. It's odd. Oh no, it's cool, HC. I saw it, I was like, that's a strange thing to happen. It's a safe space. It's safe from the neck down. Or if anything, safe from the neck up, I suppose. We did a flapping our wings celebration. Oh, it's a good strike. I realize this has descended into like medical talk again. And we're dancing. Oh shit, he's relapsed. I saw a video of me and my mate at this touring car race. It was when they were watching like old movies. This was months and months ago, and like old home movies and stuff. And it was from his dad had like filmed some videos when we were at. This is back in like the 90s or like early noughties, and you could see me at the front watching the race, and I'm doing it in those videos. From flapping to fapping. Didn't do it crazy. Yeah, exactly. It's like nervous energy. I can't stop myself. That's why I'm quite glad I have this, even though that's actually not why I got it. But it serves the same purpose. It stops me from doing it, but also stops me from smoking, which is much better. Do it with that. Bobby's on, but he's been rubbish again. Diaz has not been great in this game either, actually. Like debates and devil's advocate points. Yeah, I love doing devil's advocate stuff because I feel like there's not enough of that nowadays. And then you hear people say, oh, the devil has enough advocates. And I'm like, that's not how that works. But yeah, no, I actually, one of the reasons I loved law was because I loved the specifics of things in legal cases, especially contract law. Basically, how dare you, James? Streets Ronin, thank you for the follow, as we nearly score another goal. First year when they start a new save. Honestly, Shuby, yes. If I was doing a personal save and it wasn't for content, I would turn off I would turn off the first transfer window. Yeah, I like it. Keeps the world a bit more how I'm experiencing it in real life for at least a little bit before FM takes over and does mad shit. Very loud, noticeable anxiety. Really? Obviously, you don't have to share with us, but I feel like this is a safe space if you want to. I kind of like sharing this stuff with you lot, honestly. Makes me feel less like I'm a moron. Because I feel like with a lot of stuff like this, particularly with being social tics or stims or whatever, I think sometimes you feel like you're the only person that behaves like that, and it makes you feel a little bit isolated, I suppose. So just kind of know that I'm a fucking weirdo too. It's like that time when I admitted to you lot that when I was a kid, I had I say as a kid, way too old again. I had like an imaginary football league in my head, and then a load of you went, oh yeah, no, I did that too. Same with history. Yeah. That's why I listened to. I read a lot of history books and stuff like that. I just enjoy that. Because I had a really good teacher at school that gave me a love of history because he actually cared. Full body jolt. What, like, oh, isn't that like a full-on, is it like a Tourette style tic? And we wonder why Pockets should be the case. Everyone's got their things, you know? It's like, that's a good win, by the way. Great win. A couple of lovely good goals. Solid performance. And I don't remember... Oh, I remember the first one, the Sagdal strike. So I do apologise if you're on the VOD and I'm being a bit distracted at the moment. I hope you can understand. But actually, discussions like this actually are kind of what streams are about for me. Strikers. I've tried it a few times as a backup, but only when we've had a red card. I suspect that a lot of people move into certain career paths or do university degrees purely based on having a really good teacher in that subject when they're at school. Like this guy, big shout out Mr. Hesketh, Emil Hesketh, just gave me a love of history. He's the kind of guy that would be doing like a bit about talking about a king doing a speech, and he'd like jump up on the desk and be like doing fucking like Goodwill. Is it Goodwill Hunting? Or Dead Poet Society I'm thinking of. Regardless, that kind of shit. And it would just give you this sort of like, and people would take the piss out of him, and I'd just be sat there being like, you have no idea how good you've got it. What a dude. Dead Poets, yeah. I say this because I've seen neither of those films. A Doctor that got into history. Interesting. Oh, Doctor Who. Sorry. I saw it was a Doctor Who got me into history. This is why I read the whole sentence. I like the fact that I can say stuff like that to you lot and you won't ridicule me. I mean, you will, but like in a kind of... It's like... when there was someone in the other day that was just being a bit jibey at me, like physically, and I'm you know, I make jokes about myself all the time, but you can't tell the intent, but you could feel like an edge that's maybe unnecessary, I suppose, in a ball busting way. Precisely, yeah. Also, those of you that were here on Sunday, did you not see that guy that came in and was trying to spam advertise Kev's stream during our stream? Kev would not be happy if he knew someone was doing that in other streamers' channels. Passive aggressive, I suppose so, yeah. Like, what on earth? Just to clarify, if I ever saw someone doing that on another person's stream, I would ban them from my chat, because that is unacceptable behavior. Obviously, Kev has no clue that was going on, of course. He would never indulge in, he would never encourage that. But I would, yeah. Basically, it was just some guy came in randomly while we were doing the playoffs on Sunday, or Sunday evening, and was like, spamming and basically telling everyone to leave my stream and go watch Lolujo's stream. And it's just like, that's just not a thing you do, obviously. Oh no, and he should do, as would I, in the same position. It's mental that people think that's okay. It's like anyone who wanted to watch that would have already been watching it at that point. He had like 2k viewers, which is amazing. Your history teacher cheated on a husband with it. Did they have history, Thomas? Did they have history? I should have banned him on the spot, but I was talking to oh god, who was I talking to? I was talking to Car at the time, so I didn't want to like distract myself, because you know what I'm like when I'm distracted. Harm on the streamers. Honestly, Steve, I believe that they are well-meaning but incredibly misguided. That's the Steelman version of it for me. I believe that person thought they were doing a good thing and they were trying to help out a streamer that they liked. However, they probably just didn't think, oh yeah, they're not affiliated with the streamer they were promoting, of course not, no. They probably just a person that watches them and thinks that this is a good way of helping, when in fact it's not. Easily distracted. No. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ban you now, dressage guy. You and your horse can fuck off. Oh, sort of sabotage. I think it's unlikely, because at the end of the day, whenever I see someone do that, I never immediately think bad of the streamer. I think bad of that person. For example, me saying that wasn't anything to do with Kev. That was just like, Kev can't help that, you know? RGV Kuhn, thank you very much for the follow. Newly out of teacher training, teacher Miss Heather. That's kind of sick. Yeah, I never did. A couple of friends of mine did politics at A level. I can't remember what I did instead now. I did history and got like an E as it goes, but that's because, yeah, again, probably because I couldn't focus. Like, I had one project that in history that I was focused and committed to, and I got like an A star in it. The rest of them I dog shitted, basically. Weird that, innit? And the one I did really well on, I wrote like an essay project about the Antarctic Treaty and how it could be the cause of global conflict later in the century, which was well received, but everything else was dog shit. Go watch this streamer. No, Pablo, don't do it. Step away from the button. I've prepared for this game like 3 times now, haven't I? Let's just go. Career to watching Thomas the Tank Engine. James, you never told me you were the fat controller. Sorry. Want to help? Yeah, no, exactly. That's why I always try to give people a bit more of a leash rather than just banning people straight away. Like when someone comes in, there's a little bit, maybe they don't get the vibe. I usually give people like 2 chances. But come on, let's be honest. How often do we actually ban people nowadays for anything other than spam? It's so rare. Different compounds of race ties. That sounds sick. Do you know what I once did? Do you want to hear the most 5,000 IQ thing I ever did in school? Probably, right? So, English assignment coming up. The plan was we were going to go to a museum and we had to pick a painting in the museum and then write a piece of fiction based around that painting, right? Me, and I shit you not, I did this. I didn't actually like my English class as it was, so I wasn't super fussed about going on the trip anyway, but it was compulsory. It was only like up the road. I think it was the Fitzwilliam Museum in Cambridge, right? So here's what I did. I faked being sick that day to get out of school so I would miss the trip, putting them in a slightly interesting position to try to force this move. My teacher then said to me, okay, you then just choose a painting that you like and write the script around that. So what did I do? I found a painting that fitted perfectly a story I'd already been writing. It worked. It was great. Got an A for that. I got to write a story about football while everyone else was writing about fucking horses in the 16th century. It's great. I got to make jokes like the Russians won, they brought on their sub, and the pitch was the pitch was flooded to a depth of 6 feet. The Russians still won, they brought on their sub. It was the U-442, or was it the Germans? I don't know. The point is, just you got to play those moves sometimes, right? What was the painting? Oh, I don't fucking know. It's just some random football thing. They were doing what to horses in the 16th century? Don't ask. That'd be the Germans. It would, wouldn't it? That's where some can make some connections. Yeah. To find this painting. It was. I literally just went on Google. Honestly, just found like a football-related painting. This right bass. My grandfather was actually a he during the Second World War. He
So I tell the swamp donkey
he was in the Navy,
before I give her a
and
in a tradesman's entrance,
he
and
used to
have a
do
lick
the
me
motor
yarbles.
torpedo boats. Alex, thank you for the follow. So basically patrolling the channel. What a bloody strike. We're losing the cup. This is the cup final, by the way, and here I am talking about motor torpedo boats. But one time the boat he was on got sunk, and he basically had to tread water in the English Channel for like 16 hours before him and the rest of his crew were rescued, because I think they were all fine. The boat itself just went down. Don Machiavelli, thank you for the follow. And when they got him out of the channel, he had barnacles on him. I'll never forget him telling me that story once. I was at a wedding and I just happened to be sat next to him and we just chatted shit like that all night. Did he come on as a submarine? Go to the match by Lowry. It might have been, honestly. I don't know. I literally at the time probably just... Oh, Bobby's through. We're level. We're level in the cup final. I film with you on Twilight. I feel for you. Did he win that flooded football game? Do you know he didn't? That's the story about Max related to Tranquillo Barnetta. Oh, my granddad was a ledge. HMS Hood was transferred to destroy at the start of the war. Wow. That's a great finish, by the way, from Bobby. That was, I mean, their goal was fantastic. That goal was also excellent. Oh, he was, yeah. He's exactly what, I mean, yeah. It didn't go easily. Man was, oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. I think he was 94, 96. And even, yeah, that's kind of sick, actually. Yeah, bear in mind, obviously, I'm older than a lot of you, so my grandparent, like, I don't have any living grandparents anymore. My last grandparent was my grandfather, who are, in this particular case, that grandfather, and that he passed away 7 or 8 years ago. I've just had to add the phrase, hated that twat to Twitch auto mod. I'm 32, yeah. But my family sort of skews older, and what I mean by that is that my parents were not old when they had me and my sister, but they weren't like stupidly young either. And I think the same applies to them. So my grandparents were a lot older by sort of comparison. So my grandmother died when I was like 18 months old, and then my grandfather on my dad's side, it technically wasn't his dad, like he was his stepdad. He passed away when I was like 5 in like 95, because his real father fell out of a window waving to the dustman. He had socks on like a floor that was really slidey. This is in like the 1960s. Oh, right. I was struggling not to say that without, like, everyone in chat's like, "What? How do I respond to that?" It's okay. It is a bit bizarre. What is a dustman? Oh, like a refuse collector, like a binman. I'm trying to. Well, yeah. I mean, think about it, Steve. It in itself has a comical factor to it, even if it is extremely sad. Last living grandpa. Wow, there you go. My other grandfather, Rudy Jones. Well, technically, I would have had 3 if you count the fact that it was the step-grandfather too. So there you go. That's like an injury. He'd been... Oh, good lord. And that's it. Oh, it's a red card for Matson. Okay, we might have a chance to win this now. We should really be winning this already as it goes, but we'll save the rest of these subs for extra time. Unless we could win it in normal time. Go on, late winner in the cup final. This is what we're here for, definitely. Never know where a little wank under the table brings you. Exactly. Oh, hang on. Diaz for the banger. Oh my god, it's hit the base of the post. That was a good effort, actually. Did that not count as a shot? Was it just so low an XG that it just didn't matter? I'm still going to yell at them. Oh, okay. They did not like that. Bit of that. I am the grandfather and hi. For some reason, that reminded me so much of that famous Reddit comment where basically it concludes with, I also choose this guy's dead wife. I don't know why. Oh, North Africa. Wow. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I've actually I've got my grandfather's medals. Because he specifically gave them to me. His son, my uncle, was not super pleased about that. But screw you, Keith. You have 2 grandkids. That's awesome. My Farfar or my Morfar. The guy in the channel was my Morfar. Yeah, it probably is. It's such a fun... It's just a really funny story. But my Forfar... My Forfar... Is that even a word? We are losing now to 10 men in the cup final, so that's fun. Right, we'll turn that off and just open it up a little bit. Oh god, I remember that one, Normie, as well. And there's the guy that didn't know... Tried to convince, like, his girlfriend's family or his boss's family that he didn't know what a potato was. Should have got them. Yeah. Precisely. That's I have his medals and I have this silver ring of his that he used to wear. But that's all I really have. The board are going to sack us if we don't do better. Right, we've made 3 subs. Let's make some more because that always works. Bobby's. Let's have Jean-Louis Riviere. All right. Do you know what I think this calls for? Yakubu Yaboa. He's going to do some mad shit. I'm ready. Catch fire in the sunlight. I was an orc the entire time. Pro football in Wales. That's sick. So my grandfather, not the falling out the window grandfather, the step grandfather, he used to play for East Fife. And I believe he actually won the Scottish League Cup. But I can't be for sure of that. We should have scored there, by the way. We just dispossessed them and then somehow balls the chance up again. This does not feel like that type of game, does it? Oh, here we go. Novak. Come on, square it. Riviere! Yes! It's onside. It's 2-2. 2-2 in the Hungarian Cup final. Jean-Louis Riviere has bailed us out. It's like winning a cup at school, though. Yeah, but have you won the Scottish League Cup, Slugs? I'm just saying. That was a lovely pass to Novak. That little extra touch just to let the... Oh, it goes through his legs, I think. That was bad defending as well. They never seem to drop deep enough. Boom. Okay. Wow, I can't believe we're at 2-2 in this game. Oh, no, please. Sometimes you're just not going to win. I think it was 54. Straight at the goalkeeper. Cool. Didn't want to win the cup final anyway. Just the 3 XG to their 0.9. Naturally. Good. No, you shake hands another time, friendos. That was despicable. Understands due to being tight. What does that mean? What? Is that when I substituted him? Because it just seems a bit of an odd thing to say there. He's gained a greater understanding of you due to being tired. Yeah, that's obviously what it means. It's just weird when you see it amongst everything else. He's too tired to care. Oh no, I don't want to see this again. I can't believe we lost that. 6-2 to Man United in that game. Oh, yeah, I can't even show you the bloody stats again until we get off this screen, can I? Cats I've played. Was it 18, Basil, or is it more now? Because didn't you get some new ones? New ones, like some more in addition. Ay. They've won like 4 of the last 5 cups. That should have been ours. We smashed it. Yeah, I'm disappointed too, Thais. I am disappointed too. And now we have 2 days to play Vashas. Adam Armstrong's about to score a hat-trick against us. Rivier's making positive... What, he did score in a cup final. He's finally up to 13 composure. Still doesn't count as a full upgrade point, but he's getting there. He's actually looking really tasty now. If he was just a bit faster. Who gets Europe now? 4th place. Yes, so Kishvarda will get most likely anyway. Wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so they'll both get Conference League, Kishvarda and probably Pakshi, unless Uipesh pull off a miracle here. Which is, could happen. So Riviere to Bobby, the difference is really comes down to pace, I think. Bobby is just that little bit quicker. So you look at them as an advance forward. So dribbling is slightly better for Bobby. First touch is slightly better. The finishing is actually only 1 better on Riviere. Passing's better. Technique's better. Anticipation's the same. Composure's worse on Riviere. Decisions is better. Off the ball's worse. Work rate's the same. Acceleration's the same, but pace is worse. They're still very evenly matched. The only difference is one's 19 and one's 29. Club Legend, probably not. No. He's a favoured personnel along with myself and Moses, obviously. Big Mo. So league-wise, we're going to go to 20... No, we're going to go to 16th. Coefficient-wise, anyway. Unless there's been some enormous switch right at the very end. No, Sweden didn't get near us. So we're going to be 16th next year. Because we've gone above Czech Republic, Croatia, Israel, Serbia, Scotland, and Sweden in one season. And next year, we're losing a 2.75. So if we have another 10-point season, there's every chance that we could go up as high as sort of these sort of areas. Get top 15, get some more European places. The progress is really starting to come now. It's exciting. Plus, I feel like Hungary is totally capable of handling it. Any books I'd recommend? Loves Walking Dead, is really into psychiatric wards and whatnot. I haven't really read any books like that, honestly. I don't really find... I'm not a big fan of zombie stuff, so I've not really read anything related to that. Or, psychiatric... No, I haven't really read much like that at all. It's an area that I haven't... Just like I've only just started really reading fantasy stuff. Another team meeting? No. Novak's making positive development. Feels like he's been sort of stuck at 3 stars for a while now. Oh, he has a... That's quite a dip, wasn't it? Yes, the skin video shows you how to use the bookmarks, yeah. Because that was one of the big features of it specifically at the time. There's a lot more stuff in it now that
23 crossover series when?
Oh, now you're talking. I love that when. Thank you, Giant Mimir, for the 14 months. How's it going? And let's look up 4-Far Athletics, see if I can find myself a new grandfather. Reading this one. Yeah, I'm on the 3rd one now. I started reading the first one just before New Year. So I banged those 2 out, and now I'm reading the Hero of Ages. I'm only like 150 pages into that, though. But yeah, so 4-Far Athletic, sponsored by an orchard. You'd love to see it. They've got Xander McBurney. Is he related to Ollie McBurney? Oh, yeah, we can never know. I assume he probably might be. What a sentence. I assume he probably might be. He's quite a nice kid, actually. Okay, so there's Vashas, Zalagashek. We can do this. It's his little brother. Thought so. He definitely might be. Oh, Jesus, the squad is absolutely dead. Which is far from helpful in a game like this. I'm very impressed with De Silva. He's getting better and better the way he... Like, his current and potential abilities seem to be getting better and better. And he's a model citizen, remember? Who's losing determination. Because of course he is. Hang on. Did that say he was getting youngster playing time? What? Hey, Boomflex. How is that possible? Man has literally started 2 games and made 7 substitute appearances, and that's considered youngster playing time. No, youngster playing time is none. To me... Hang on. A future prospect is expects to break into the first team in years to come, but understands his time is to come. So what the... Why is it considering him to be a youngster playing time when he's clearly playing way more than he should? Is this once again FM doing that wonderful thing where it doesn't count any substitute appearances as appearances? Because I think that's what it is. But even so, 2 appearances is way more than you'd expect from a youngster. That's odd. Well, to be fair, if that issue does happen again, we know how to fix it now. Say fix it. We know how to avoid long-term damage because of it. Hey, Gouda. The draft was really, really fun. I think the fact that it was a minute instead of 90 seconds made a huge difference to making it more enjoyable on the drafting side of things. Do a bit of that. Do a bit of that. Do a bit of that. I'm worried that without certain players, this could be a bit of a struggle bus. He's in the reserve team. No, he's in the first team. I put him up here because technically he's our backup right back. So he mostly gets substitute appearances and then starts in like rotation matches. Start of the team. Oh, the start of the team was easily Dybala. He was much better than I was expecting him to be. Although Gnabry was also very good. But I think for me the biggest surprise was how good... Like Gnabry had one really good game and then did some other stuff that was all right. But for me it was Dybala that was the one to stand out. And that's definitely a pen. That was fun, yeah. Bruno was missing. Yeah, he really was. Yeah, that was an unfortunate situation whereby we got an injury but weren't allowed to injury wipe it because we got a bye, which is unfortunate. We actually suffered because we got the bye. Yeah, the thing is, Gnabry, it wasn't even a 2-footed tackle. It was just a really high 1-footed tackle by the looks of it. It was just a really strange decision from Gnabry. Yeah, I mean, I said this last time, Gouda, when I was on the draft panel. I feel like with drafts, they can get quite dry, and having them move as quickly as possible, I think is really good for the viewer, because it's really not the main event. So making sure that it moves at a swift pace, and obviously that's difficult with 12 people, but I think having 60 seconds instead of 90 was much better. It just allowed the pace to keep going, particularly when you're not... Sometimes you could be without a pick for like, quite a long time, and with 90 seconds, I think that could be up to 30 minutes, technically. It's very unlikely that would be the case, but yeah. Snappiness is important. I feel like sometimes there's an element of like... I'm not saying this in this scenario, but I think sometimes people think more is better, but I think condensed and higher quality is way more important in most things. As Rivier's through, and it's nearly 2-0, but it isn't actually 2-0. I really want to win this damn league. I'm worried that Ferencváros are going to find some way to pip us to the title as well, but we are 1-0 up here. So if nothing else, we're not going to win the cup, but we will hopefully get back-to-back league titles. Oh, look at the speed. Okay, he's just hauled him down. Ferencváros aren't playing today, so we could give them an 8-point gap. Would that? No, it wouldn't guarantee us. Would this win us the title? Yeah, no, it shouldn't. Drafting should be like a... It's like a... Oh, my God. Go on, Riviere. Dink him. Or pass it back to him innocuously. This is fine. So if we win this, we're champions. Yeah, of course, because no matter what they do, it doesn't matter. As long as we win this, we're champions of Hungary. And at the moment, that Jarju penalty is all that separates us, but that's fine. Is Adam Armstrong actually even in their team? Funes Mori is, but incredibly, they're not even playing Adam Armstrong. Maybe he's injured. Well, he's not even in their squad. But they do have... hang on. They've got Erwin Betrancourt, the ultimate face in the game player, on loan from PSG for 100 grand. That's us doing some good maneuvers. Yeah, just got a random PSG regen. I love Hungary. I swear to God. The league, the teams, the decisions they make, they're so good. I'm really excited. Oh, pardon me. For like season 10, right, of this, when there's actually a bit of money floating around these clubs, to see how they use that. I think that's just going to be such an exciting prospect to see what these guys are going to do with... Because think of the amount of money that was flowing around those Irish sides and how badly they spent it. Now imagine what these Hungarian sides will be able to do with that same amount of money. It's fascinating. Warrington Wolves. Isn't that okay, we scored a goal. 1 second. We're 2-0 up now with Riviere, but I didn't see the initial shot. Delbo with a jacket. I've heard worse. I think it's a bit of both, Hadrian, but hopefully it's to do with FM specifically. Yeah, it just stands on the ball randomly. It just stops in the middle of the defence. I love how cheeky that little finish was from Riviere as well. ZX getting on well at Honvid. He scored some goals. They were unbeaten until they won the league, and then they just started throwing games away, it would seem. So that's a back post. Jesus. Part of me hopes that it's actually not specific to Hungary, and it's actually... But if anyone's doing the same save, like, not in Hungary, then do let me know your experiences with the other teams and their sort of signing decisions, because I wonder if it's more to do with transfer preferences. But if it's not, then that's a really good sign. I'd much rather it not be to do with transfer preferences. But if it is, then at least we know how to fix it in the future, potentially. Although, don't know how viable this type of save is going to be in the future, given the new loan rules. So we may end up having to move over to Blue Star as a strict save next year. That is a shocking tackle from Beres, and he's going to get a red card for that, which should hopefully now hand us the title. Yeah, the Irish transfer preferences. It took us 32 seasons for them to actually finally start signing players outside of that bubble. And even then, it was still very, very rare. And by then, we were like the 3rd best league in Europe. Whereas Hungary are doing it now, when we were like the 26th best league in Europe. And I can feel like they're only going to get better at doing that as we progress through. It's so exciting. Take my building and away from me. Great finish from Riviere. And surely now, that is the goal that will wrap up the title for the 2nd season in a row. What's Blue Star? Blue Star's a club based in Newcastle. It was supposed to be my YouTube save for this year, but obviously that's not happening now. So I might turn it into the Twitch save for next year, depending on how the loan situation is. Basically, Bratzo, yeah. Except we weren't the one signing it, was Honvid. You're going to watch them in real life, Thomas. That's awesome. They're doing really well in real life this season, aren't they? Like, they're smashing it in their domestic league. He says as if they're playing in Europe. You should see them in the Europa League, chat. Let's get Tenore in for a little bit. These guys just seem to be developing. Why not let them have a chance? Ledger just signed Barca's backup striker. Oh, great. So that actually does imply that they've made some changes to other stuff, which is awesome, to be honest. Should be his low composure. Truth be told, so say low composure. It's 13. It's growing up. The problem with that is I found it really, really difficult to get players to lose traits. I can't remember the last time I actually had a player lose a trait. Zgens. Yeah, I do. The guy that scored the goal, Zgen. In fact, you know it's all down here. De Silva, Moores, Effie, Tenore, Yeboah, and Riviere. They're all Zgens. And we are done. That's it. We're champions. Yes, come on. Lewandowski. Third side coming up ranks alongside you. What, like, do what I did with, like, Whitport and Blackhaven, where I, like, staggered the money for them so they could do that. That'd be kind of fun. They rejects every contract he gets. Yeah, it's because they want stupid money. They'll end up staying. Come on. Lovely stuff. That's nice. I don't know who's actually lifting the trophy. Where even is the trophy? Oh, it's at the back. Moses has got it. Don't worry. It's in safe-ish hands. It probably is worth a Harold, yeah. I would say so. Lovely stuff. That's nice. Back-to-back league wins is at least something, even if we lost the cup in horrible fashion. Let's get rid of that. Injuries there. Perez forgot. Oh, right then. So we qualify for the Champions League. I'll give you guys a Harold Bishop, right? Transfers aren't as good. Well, this is the thing, Blackjack. We've had the same transfer issues, though, with my last 2 saves. Now, with last year, we did have England loaded and Wales and Ireland and that, so maybe that didn't help. But we had the same problems with, to a slightly lesser degree, but still the same problems with Tromsø, and I only had Norway loaded. So I'm going to give you a Harold Bishop Ultras, and then we're going to find out how much money we've got for next season and if our scouting budget's finally fixed. So I'll give you 5 seconds for a celebratory Harold Bishop Ultras, and a 5, and a 3, and a 4, and a 1, and a 2. And yeah, get that one out.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
And I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
He speaks only in truths, Chatto. Only in truths. And not Udegord. Thank you so much for the follow. So let's see. How much we getting? Do you know what? it's hard to expect them to give us a lot of money given the financial situation of being 2.2 million in debt. We have still made a profit this season of 400k. Wow, that's even with my hilarious scouting stupidity. That's still not that much profit. We need a Champions League group stage appearance at some point, right? That's the thing. Well, we won't want to put any of it in the scouting budget yet because we've not been given our new scouting budget yet. And the key thing is to never ever assign any money on this before you get your new scouting budget because it will disappear. And obviously we're in minus money at the moment. New deal for Novak. We'll ask him to sack his agent. Buddy has got like 6 years left on his deal. He'll be fine. Well, it's a long way away, look, Thomas. What about Wout? Well, indeed. What about Wout? So that's fine. That's fine. Right. So is there another game? We can probably... I think we'll insta that so we can get our scouting budget. Largy, thank you very much for the follow. For the 28-month resub. That's far, far nicer.
Take my £3.99 to add it to your transfer budget.
It's the big difference. It's the big difference. I appreciate that, friend. How's it going? Let's do that. Yeah, I want to see our scouting budget so that I can put us on world briefly so I can see how many players it adds to our new filter that we made. Because what are we at the moment? So we're still on 18 at the moment. But that's with no scouting range. I'm curious to see what it goes up to when we suddenly add shitloads of money. Very much win again. Mudding, they are now at least safe. Pakshi win, though. So with that, guarantee themselves 4th spot. Player of the week. A bit of that. So yeah, we're going to go until we get our scouting budget. We've got 9 minutes. That's fine. Loads of time. We'll do our first Insta result of the entire... Now we'll get to find out whether our tactic works with Insta results. Because if it's anything like the right backless one, the game did no like that. Larkesh is injured. That's... Oh, he's torn a titty. Shit. Oh, well. Oh, Mojkovic got relegated. How close are... 92 points in the end. So after those 2 little defeats, they've picked things back up again and are now 33 points clear of... Oh, that was our affiliate side. They nearly got promoted. Erd have gone. I love how, despite winning the league, they don't even have the top scorer. Oh, yeah, there's whole compilations of it on YouTube, Stewie. That's where I got the... Ooh. Oh, it's Colorado again. Hang on, there's a guy from Brass Series. Wait, what? Motherfucker. So, do you remember the 21st night of September? He's fast. He's got decent finishing and composure. He's got good dribbling. Watch him say that he wants to continue his development. Ready? Oh my god, no. So, do you remember last year, chat? We found a really good player that was playing for Brass Series in Cameroon. And we could not understand why he would never sign for us. But this guy is signing immediately. Estimated wage, 1.2 to 1.6. This thing is so busted. £500 a week. I mean, done and done. Less than that, obviously. We can... Oh. Hit him with the old 5+3. Knock that down to 400. Boom.
I'm the Pope. Cooper,
sensational scenes.
The Pope.
I just saw a random A+ there and it was free. I was like, right, we're having that. Oh, not even A+, he was just A. The rest of these guys are not like that, but wow. How the hell did... Notice how there was no recruitment focus? Like, who even brought this report? Lukey XL, thank you very much for the follow. And of course it was Romeo Yozak. What a guy! Oh. Turns out, to find the Romeo to our Juliet, we just needed to wait for the next save. How does he do this? I mean, to be fair, he is very good. But some of the ways that he has found us... Is he a model citizen as well? Oh, fairly professional. Don't know why I saw that. Oh, god damn. That is glorious. That wasn't even what we were looking for. Is there work purpose? Not in Hungary, there isn't, no. Oh, that's sensational scenes. Yeah, he's such a good... he's such a good scout. like, weirdly, even though he's the head of youth development, the amount of players that he's suggested or brought to us has been incredible. Nah, you're not getting a new contract yet. You've literally got a really... Wait, what? Oh, shit, I talked to his agent. I'm a moron. You got plenty of time after a new contract. Because even with his current contract, I'm fairly certain there's a 2-year... There's a 3-year... I'm going to trigger the extension. I've done it. It's happened. There you go. New contract. Knowledge inquiry. I believe he does, actually, doesn't he? He's got really strange knowledge. Oh, he's so fun. I love him. Right, so yeah, now he's got... So you've got 4 years on your deal now. Stop complaining. He's developing really nicely, but him and De Silva giving each other a bit of run for money. I love that he's a model citizen. That's probably helping him develop, I suspect. Right, so there's Zalaga State, which is the final game. Then it's try and get that scouting budget sorted. Youth... Wow. Not sure which squad that's technically in, but we take it. And he's coming in. Christopher Awono. Sensational. That is glorious. He's way better than the guy from Scotland as well that we've paid way more money for, but still. Oh, he's... Jesus Christ. How much did Bobby cost? He was free. We rarely ever spend money on players. Also, bear in mind, good on both feet as well. This guy is driven personality, 19 determination, 17 and 17. Get that finishing up a little bit. Get that composure up a little bit in time with that personality. Sensational. He's got Cameroon International written all over him. I feel like Bobby here might well be one to move on in the summer at this rate. Concentration and work rate are lacking. True, but, you know, given that he's got so many good attributes already, it gives us time to move around and get some other stuff up. He's certainly up there. Inside forward, we've got so many good inside forwards. I wouldn't put him there. But, like, Bobby is still worth decent cash. He's got 2 years left on his deal. He is good, but he's one of the older players. And he's on 4 Karand a week. To sell him... Oh, if we could get $1 million, I'd be over the moon. To be honest. See you later, dude. Just do a bit of that. Why does he want to keep putting Novak through the middle? We could start Riviera again, honestly. Particularly we're not going to be... We can discuss all that on Thursday. Boom. Got 3 million for it. Yeah, but I think that Partizan probably have higher rep than we do. Right, let's into this, see if this works. Watch us immediately lose now against the Lagos. Oh, we'll smash them like 7-0. It'll be like, oh, okay, it's overpowered. 4-0. Wow, who said 4-0? Someone said 4-0. 2 for him, 2 for him, 2 for him. Good shit. Kishvada drops some points. Pakshi lose 2 mol for Hevar, but it doesn't matter in the end. Pushkas only survived by 5 points. That's kind of bad. But nevertheless, so next year's European games are going to be us and Ferencváros, of course, but we're going to have Kishvada and Regan Booty's Pakshi are going to be in Europe next year. The Bootyman. Always knew he could do it. 300 grand for that. Wow, that's not a lot of money. Especially given that we... I love that. Our prize money is half the amount which we pay out for winning in that position. Oh my god. We've actually lost money this season. Even if you take out my horrendous scouting thing there, we're still going to be bloody close to losing money, even with playing in the Europa League group stages. We really need a Champions League group stage appearance or somewhat. I don't feel like we can really progress until we get that. Record number of wins for Budapest Honvéd. No surprises there. 30 matches won. I think Pushkas has just been a bit weird lately. Squad planning, lol, as if we're doing that. Goalkeeper of the year. Well, that's saying something. Average rating of 7.3. All right. Georgie wins player of the... How? What happened to the guy that was top of it? All right. Top goal scorer. Mihov manager of the year. Yozak pleased. I bet he is. I bet he is. To Nwusu's credit, he did end up moving up to a 62% save ratio. Still the worst in the league by... Oh, no, hang on, wait. Okay, so Kishvada's keeper's even worse. No, they didn't end up invincible. In fact, I don't think they've even finished yet. They could finish on 98 points, though. They lost 2 games in a little spell the moment they won the league. Okay, so that's more money going out. Good lord. We really, really, really need Champions League football next year. But I just don't know how we're going to be able to do it. At least at the moment, our squad is continuing to be full of young players that we can make them improve. We just need to get into the group stages of the Champions League. That's the only way I think we're going to get ourselves out of this financial hole. That or some massive sales, which is a possibility as well. Oh, look, it's the dynamic manager timeline. Supporter profile update. Oh, we lost more hardcore fans. Yep. An extra 77,000 followers on social media, though. That's what you like to see. What are they expecting? Champions League proper. Wait, what? Really? That's quite extreme. They expect us to get in the group stages. Jesus. That's a bit concerning. Oh, great. Obtain the title. That face when you tell the team that's just won their second consecutive title that they would like to do it again. Do you know what? Actually, these guys can sod themselves. Wait, what? Oh, that's some bullshit. So just to clarify, the only players that were annoyed were young players, so I just kind of went, nah, screw with them. And now the rest of them are annoyed because I insisted on the initial promise. What the fuck? So just to clarify, what should happen there is the players that are annoyed at me should stay annoyed at me, but the players that weren't annoyed when I said that promise should also still not be... What the hell? So they're now unhappy and offended that I went with the promise that I just made to them. Fucking hell. But hey, it's fine. They've added over 3,000 lines of text or some shit. Well, I'm not going to dwell on it. That's silly. And then me telling them I have no promises for them is encouraging. Oh, he wasn't joking. So we've had a probably net negative meeting there, but that's funny as fuck. I've never seen that one before. Because usually I just back down. But that's offended team leaders. No, I didn't offend the team. The 5 players that were unhappy were all youngsters. That's why I kind of thought, no, we'll go with the original promise. That's insane. But also that's FM, isn't it? That's why I don't want to do fucking meetings, because they're all So next year we're playing... Okay, so all of our game... Oh my life. We're sharing with Budapest Hungary next year. We're moving in, lads. We're going to share the Božic Arena with Budapest Hungary for next year. Can I borrow Hakim Ziyech for a little bit, lads, if that's all right? 3.1... A grant. Wait, hang on. Funding for the... A grant. It's fine, it's a grant. It's not a loan, it's a grant. Grants, you don't have to give back, right? Hopefully. I think. Let's check the debts. Bank loan of 0, start date, excellent. Although that does start yesterday. What's this? Why have we got a bank loan of 0? And why is it now taking 5 years to pay back? Aren't we just going to accrue interest on that? Massive loan there. That's weird. So it seems to have started like yesterday. That must be the grant. Yeah, I suppose so. Now let me go to the next. Now that we're on the next day. No, let's go to the next day and see if it's I guess because it's a grant. Yeah, it's weird that it would even show up there at all. As Leipzig win it. As we... Wow, we actually went unbeaten in that second section there. Just check again. Yeah. Oh well, that's fine. As long as we don't have to pay it back. We get to not pay it back over the course of 5 years. Oh. Okay, another 500 grand. Another 270 grand. So that's helped a little bit. Not... I still don't have any scouting budget, god damn it. Wouldn't it be amazing, right, if their scouting budget for next year is just them going, yeah, now you're at minus £300,000 of scouting budget, and they actually don't give me any scouting budget. I'm trying to think how long we have to go before it gives us it. Yeah, so we're sharing a stadium with Honvéd for next season, Bratsia, while the board are spending £3 million on a new stadium upgrade. Luckily, it's a grant, so we don't have to pay it. Tax bill. Wait, what? Sorry? How in the fuck did we end up with a tax bill when we lost money? Profits of 1.3 million. What the fuck? Hang on. Why have I now £300? What the Did we just get £3 million income this month? 7 million in income this month. What? Sponsorship, 2 million quid. Oh, there's the grants. There's the £3 million grant. We just got 2 million in sponsorship money. Oh, this commercial summary is going to be fun, isn't it? Sorry. 2 new... Where's the new... Where's the one that's causing all the money? Where's the... Right. New sponsorship deals. Oh, value per season. Oh, that's what it is. So we got our £1.1 million for... It's so different than me. Grant or Grant? I don't know. So, yeah, we've got £1.1 million is the main kit, but we've also got a new sponsor, which is 750 grand, and another... So we got another £1 million of new sponsors for the year. So we just got given 2 million quid. Oh, okay. So yeah, nearly a... God, yeah, Untitled Goose Game just dropped £1 million quid on us. But we are going to have to pay to rent Honved Stadium, aren't we? Okay. Right, new scouting budget. Show me the goods. Oh, thank God. Okay, so we've got £114,000 in scouting budget. Also, bear in mind, by the way, remember, when we, as Treaty United, were multiple-time Champions League winners with the third best league in Europe, our sponsorship was half this. In fact, less than half of this. Transfer budget, we got 80 grand a transfer budget and 11,000 a week in wages, which is good. So Undai Ngom and Bobby Abduholikov called up for the World Cup. Go on, Bob. It's not really, Stewie, no. I think it's just based on, because Hungary's a better league to begin with, we're going to get better stuff. Oh, yeah. The Grief Lookup. Oh, shit. Yeah, we'll do that next time. Because there's one more thing I want to look at. We did Jockey Monster. We did Dick Monster. We did Yoga. We did that. We did that. And I'll refund you that one. Which means I can then do that. I guess we'll get reports on them. But they just lost again. They've lost 3 Who won the 2022 World Cup? It was... fucking England, apparently. Suriname in the World Cup. Ecuador, Australia, Jamaica there too. Honduras, Curacao. Cutting about. It's because they've got Zeus Ascension. Thailand. We all know that the reason Curacao are in the World Cup is because of Big Zeus. Surely he's in the national team squad now. Wait, did he not get in the squad? He's not in any squads. Zeus Ascension didn't get in the squad. That's unfortunate. Poor Zeus. Right, okay. I want to very quickly, though, give all of this on World and see what difference this makes to this screen. Ready? Just out of interest. Okay. So we've gone from 18 players to 7,500 players. We may have to narrow that down a little bit next stream. Just out of interest. None. Oh, no, not none. 300 people. No shit. Oh, my God. Yeah, lots of Chinese regens. We may have to put in, like, rep or something, but... This is extraordinary. Okay, so next year we're going to find a way to refine them. How many leagues are we playing with? I only have this one on. I only have Hungary switched on, but we've got the players from all the other leagues turned on. So it kind of gives you a bit of both. Okay, that's going to be... Next stream is going to be extremely fun. What kind of filter? Sorry, it's a new filter we developed today. There's going to be a video about it later in the week. But basically what it does is it allows you to find players who've developed really young, really early, within a certain age, who are on amateur or non-contracts that you don't yet have any scouting knowledge of. So, yeah. Well, Sunday won't be a transfer stream because I'm actually not streaming Sunday because it's because what I usually do when I do like a showdown or a streaming competition like I did last weekend, because there's so much extra stuff, let me turn that off before I save. Just to make sure we don't lose any extra money. I always take the weekend after off just because I stream for 9 hours on Sunday. So Thursday is going to be a hell of a stream though, because it's going to be us trying to find some gems in that. Oh, and I'm excited about that. So damn excited. Yeah, I heard that actually. I was getting updates about it today. But yeah, so I'm going to have a video coming out about the Belgian thing and also those filters later on. Not later on today, but like later in the week. The next video you'll see from me, finally, will be the recap of this season where I get to talk about all those transfers. I say, ooh, free money. Yes, please. Okay, right. Well, I'm going to find someone to raid now. God, we did that in perfect time. Well, I say perfect timing. About 10 past. It's close enough. Right. Let's see. What are we thinking this afternoon? Oh, Alice is still live. I think she'll love to see. I feel like I haven't raided Alice for a while. She always raids me. It's about time we repaid the damn favour. Right. We're going to raid Alice. Because of course we are. Oh, when is next stream? Next stream will be Thursday morning, 11 a.m. UK time till 3 p.m. roughly. So, yeah, we've got a lot of stuff to look forward to, so look out for that. And stay tuned for the full video about this scouting thing that we'll be getting up at the weekend, because I think that could do quite well, potentially, which would be nice. That make me feel better. And also, pester me about going to the doctors, chat. That's your job now, is to pester me about going to the doctors. So, I will see you guys soon. Thank you for joining me. It's been a great fun day. And I'll see you guys on Thursday. Let's go say hello to Alice. See you soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.